I'm not innocent. I'm rude all the time too. So. What I'm talking about.
Oh no, I know. There's times I catch myself and maybe you've been on the phone where I'd be like, you know what? I'm sorry. I actually caught myself and done that. Like, I'm sorry, you know, I hate man, I had to figure out the situation. And they'll help me. There's times though I don't see that I'm doing that. I usually, oh! Hey, my stream is going.
Have fun.
Okay. I want to actually watch a few episodes of shows I like to. Just letting water play in the background, but uh, Rome was racist. Everywhere was racist. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. I'm a wigger. Oh, this is gonna be funny.
Hello traders! In this video, we're going to introduce the Smart AI Indicator, which we developed in partnership.
Last night, trying to put my son to bed. He's like, no, Dad, what time? What time's Charlie gonna be here?
Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're gonna watch this and then I will go ahead and go we'll go back to our coding. But let's Gavin Newsom, you piece of shit. Okay.
What time? And I'm like, dude, you're in school tomorrow. He's 13. He's like, no. This morning, wakes up at 6 something. He's like, I'm coming. I'm like, he literally would not leave the house.
Did you let him take off school?
No, he did. Of course not. He's not here for a good reason. But the point is
you canceled school for like 2 years. Once one day.
The point is the point, which is you are making a damn dent.
Thank you. I'm kidding.
Several months later.
Obviously a fan of Charlie Kirk. What was the conversation like between you and your son after Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
Well, he called me. I don't know how he got a phone, but he called me from school that day, really alarmed. And all his friends were around the phone that wanted me to somehow express or understand what was going on. He wanted to know if he was dead. He wasn't a fan of him as much as he was familiar with him.
He is the fakest person I think I've ever met in my entire life. So synthetic, and honestly, that's very dangerous, like incredibly dangerous. Like he's the type of person that could just like stare like, oh yeah, I voted for Trump, and just like pass a lie detector test. That is very, very dangerous. You know, just stone cold, just like no inhibitions whatsoever when it comes to deceit or lying or misleading. But again, Gavin wants to be president. So this is him trying to recover from, you know, the damage that he got after the podcast I had with him.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So once again, we got to talk about lying, greasy, douchebag, used car salesman, con man politician Gavin Newsom, who is doing an interview with Meet the Press in which he is confronted on the same question that anybody thinking about running for president in 2028, if you're a Democrat, is going to have to answer, which is about Joe Biden's cognitive decline and the cover-up that was orchestrated by the White House and the Democrat Party. And once again, Gavin Newsom is going to lie to the American people with a straight face because he is a con man, okay? I don't understand why anybody would vote for this guy or believe anything that he says, okay? He desperately wants power and control, and again, he will lie about anything in order to get it, including but not limited to his own son being a fan of Charlie Kirk. As you guys saw at the beginning of this video, Gavin Newsom claimed that his son was a fan of Charlie Kirk. Big fan. That is when Gavin Newsom thought that for his political career, it'd be a good idea to pretend to be a moderate. He got backlash from the far left, okay, and now he's going full-blown Trump derangement. That is the only way that you can win a Democrat primary at this point. And now it's, well, my son wasn't really a fan of Charlie Kirk, right? All that has changed, okay? Again, this guy will literally lie about anything, again, including the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, of the President of the United States, which is what he's going to do in this interview with Kristen Welker. And this question for Democrats is not going to go away. Like I told you guys before, it will keep coming up. And that's, in fact, what is happening. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
A little bit about your future, the future of the Democratic Party. You have been very clear that, yes, you are considering a potential run for president in 2028. I think it's fair to say that anyone who decides to run in 2028, including former President Biden's surrogates, are going to have to answer questions about what they did and what they said in 2024 around President Biden's presidency. You stood by him till the end after that disastrous debate performance, even when top Democrats were calling for him to step down. Did you ever have concerns, Governor, about his capacity
I go
to
home with the
serve
one.
another 4 years?
No, I never had that direct. I just talked to the president a few hours ago. I've been privileged to have a relationship with the president. I spent almost 2 hours with him in December, right before, during the transition in the Oval Office. And my experience, his expression, gave me no pause, no doubt. Let me finish. I was proud to stand there, proud to make the case for 15.4 million jobs, proud to make the case for the CHIPS and Science Act, the industrial policy that was worker-centered, proud to make the case for an infrastructure package that actually delivered a real bill and is delivering real jobs all across this country. Proud to stand tall as he was a counter-prevailing point to President Xi and what they're doing in low-carbon green growth and how they're going to dominate the future as it relates to green energy. And he was a counter-prevailing point. I was proud of the fact that he supported 400 bipartisan bills. It did more for vets and has started to address the issue of gun violence. I was proud of that legislative package of accomplishments. The one exception as it relates to the interaction I had with him that gave me pause, one, was the fundraiser in Southern California. And all of us were a little taken aback, but we also were mindful that he had been to Europe twice in about a week, and for the grace of God, go any of us with jet lag and being exhausted. That person came back on that debate night, and that certainly gave all of us pause.
If it gave you pause after the debate, why didn't you sound the alarm then?
I did privately, with grace and humility. He was going to make the right decision. And so for me, it wasn't my job to go out there. My job was to let him, give him the space. I just have a different, good people can disagree. I have a different approach to all of this. And I lost my father. I lost him right around election for governor. He survived just to see me elected. So many of the attributes of my father I remember.
What's up?
He reminds me so much. I'll be candid with you. This is me speaking as a human being. Reminds me of Joe Biden. I wasn't going to do that to him. He was going to make the right decision, and he did. Question is the timing, okay. But the bottom line, I was proud and continue to be proud to make a case for his record, and certainly in contrast to the record of this president.
Governor, did you legitimately believe that he was capable of serving as president until January of 2029?
Yeah, I think my focus was frankly situational. It was making sure Donald Trump didn't get back into office to experience everything that we're experiencing today. And there was no interaction I had that suggested otherwise.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Wow. Wow. So once again,
So back in the, this must be something new. Back when you used the AZ login, this is actually just a couple of days ago. You log in, select your login, and then you would be able to pick the subscription. Now, I guess this new push they might have pushed between the last week and today, it automatically, I guess, in Microsoft, they default number one, well, the first subscription that's in your list of subscriptions, I'm guessing they defaulted there, or you have to now set your default subscription inside of your Azure account yourself, because it just, whatever you set as default in your subscription, it just pulls it in, and no, you can no longer see the full list of subscriptions by default. So it only makes sense that Should you have more subscriptions, you would then have to go inside Microsoft Azure, the portal, and set your default directory for your subscription there. And when you log in on your console, if you have the Azure CLI installed, it just pulls it in when you log in. Interesting.
Once again, we
Okay,
have Gavin Newsom basically lying
now that we
to
have now
Christine
that,
Welker's face, right? Even though he acknowledges that, hey, everybody hates when politicians sit here and lie to people's faces, right? Like, I'm having that moment, like a come on, man moment, right? That same moment that he talked about in this interview, right? I'm having that moment right now because this is the face of a liar. He's a liar. He know damn well that he knew that Joe Biden was cognitively declining. He knew that Joe Biden was not fit to continue to be president of the United States. But yet, in this interview, when asked about whether or not Joe Biden was actually capable
come
of
on,
being president until 2029, the
yes.
answer to the question is yeah, right? Yeah, that's what it
Okay,
sounds like he said to me,
so
right? Really, Gavin, do you really believe that? Right? You really
I
believe that?
I definitely need to go ahead and put catch tries exceptions through that here.
Again, these people have no shame. They have no shame.
You say to Americans who feel misled by you and other top
I misled him in what
Democrats
respect? He decided to step
about the
down.
mental acuity of President Biden, that they wish you'd sounded the alarm sooner to give way for
I never
an
experienced.
open
Look,
convention?
I'm not going to substitute myself for someone else, or for popular opinion. I'm going to express my relationship to my truth with the former president of the United States, including at the end of his term, quite literally, in December, which was a masterclass of foreign policy and domestic policy, which I will never forget as we walk through not just the election, but we're walking through the world we're living in. There was nothing to suggest what you just said or others have suggested in terms of my interaction. That's all I can be accountable for.
Wow. Wow. So basically what he's saying is that, well, I didn't see it, right? The only time I saw it was at the fundraiser. I think that same fundraiser that George Clooney and all the other Democrat plutocrats came out and said that, oh, well, Biden wasn't having a good night right that night. They were all concerned about Joe Biden. Well, just that night, right? But throughout the rest of his presidency, I didn't see anything, right? He was awesome. He was amazing. Again, in fact, he could have served to 2029, right? The most important concern was not about whether or not Biden could actually serve. It was Trump, right? It was stopping Trump, okay? That is what Gavin Newsom is telling the American people. Again, I don't know how anybody can listen to a Democrat continue to gaslight the American people on Biden and think that they're going to be straight with you on any other issue, right? I mean, this is the same party that doesn't know the difference between a man and a woman, right? They don't know the difference between a man and a woman. They lied about the border. They lied about inflation. They lied about all of the disasters that happened during their administration, and they're lying about Joe Biden. They lie about everything, okay? If a Democrat's mouth is moving, they're lying. So, again, how can you trust these people with anything? How can you trust Gavin Newsom with solutions when he's ruined his own state, okay? He's ruined his own state. The Democrats ruined the country. We're still dealing with that, right? That's what we're dealing with right now. When people talk about what's going on right now in this country, all of that is a residual of the Biden administration Democrat policies. It hasn't even been enough time for the American people to really experience the results of President Trump's policy. I mean, they just passed the Big Beautiful Bill, which is the signature economic legislation of the Trump administration. They just passed that, this summer? That hasn't been enough time for anybody to really experience what the Trump economy is going to be like. Remember, when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was passed, it took a couple years for America to recover from the economic disaster, or put it this way, economic stagnation that we experienced under Obama, right? The economy really started to take off in 2019, and going into the beginning of 2020, the economy was on fire, right? Until COVID happened, okay? And we all know how that story ended. But again, it took a couple years. That's my point. So don't let these Democrats gaslight you into believing that they have solutions to the current problems right now that are caused by their piece of legislation, right? All the things that Gavin Newsom is bragging about. Oh, Joe Biden was so great because he did this, he did that, and I'm proud of it. What he's actually saying is that he's proud of all of the bad things that have happened in this country, the current state of the economy right now, the things that we're dealing with, the problems we're dealing with right now in this country are a result of all the things that Gavin Newsom apparently is proud of, right, when it comes to Joe Biden. And that's why he didn't have any concerns about Biden's mental decline, even though it was clear that he was not fit to continue to serve, okay?
Talk about former Vice President Kamala Harris. She says she lost because she only had 107 days to run, among some other factors. In your view, why do you think she lost the 2024 race?
It's a deeper forensic. I think I'm up to 26 pages of other people's opinions on it. I'm not even making that up. By the way, it's, I think, actually 24, to be fair. Let me not overstate it. And there's all kinds of theories. I mean, we can go, you want to go through the list? We'll need an extra hour.
What do you think was at the top of the list?
I don't know. I'm reflecting on it. I think time will have a more of an understanding. We can start with inflation. We can talk with interest rates. We don't talk about interest rates enough. We can talk about incumbency. We can talk about Israel. We can talk about immigration and the border. We can go through a myriad of lists.
Again, all of these things, all these problems that he's talking about, right, in regards to why Kamala lost, Democrat policies that he just said that he's so proud of, right? He's proud of everything that Biden did, but yeah, he is admitting that, yeah, well, the reason why Kamala lost is because of the actual results of those policies. Just remember, these people are incoherent. When they come out here and they talk about Trump, that just remember, they are the reason why the country's in the current state that it is, and President Trump is fixing it, and it takes time to fix it.
We can talk about Joe Rogan. We can talk about woke. We can talk about the 107 days. We can talk about the lack of an open primary. We can talk about the View. Again, I'm on page 6 of the 24 pages. And how you unpack that, how you stack that.
Also, these hand gestures are weird, right? I mean, he's getting into Tim Walsh territory in regards to what he's doing with his hand. I mean, it's a complete and total joke. I mean, he's getting roasted.
But he iterates. He throws things out. And you see how people react. Once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to original form. And that's my concern. The more we're talking about this, and we need to be. Look what he's doing with mass agents. Look what he's doing with utilizing the guard. Look what he's doing to intimidate and voter suppression. Look what he's going to do with the DOJ. Look what he's trying to do to rig the election in North Carolina, Missouri. Then they're
No, it's not this one.
All the partying, all of this.
Resource manager.
The governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
So I'm glad that you asked the question. I'm gonna go as American Psycho. Patrick Bateman has got to be what I'm going as. This foolishness, this recklessness by Donald Trump, nobody should be dressing up. Because, Alex, when they go low, we got to go even lower.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah, I think this guy is legitimately a sociopath, right? I really do believe this dude is American Psycho. He really is.
Resource
of everything, I think needs still a little bit more forensics, a little more analysis.
Do you think if former President Biden had stayed in the race, given that you did stay with him till virtually the end, do you think he could have won?
I think the prevailing winds there were a lot of headwinds. And people were looking for something fundamentally different. They were looking for change. I think the inflation scars were real. I think if I think about my own surrogacy, you know, I talked about the aggregate a lot. I talked about the economy that was booming. It was the best economy since the 1960s, the lowest black unemployment, lowest unemployment for women, lowest unemployment for people with disabilities, the lowest uninsured rate in American history. We had cut child poverty in half. That all happened during the Biden-Harris administration. I was making those points. I was making the point around GDP. I was making the point that inflation was cooling after the inflation scars at 9.1 and moving in the right direction. I was making the point around the American experience in the aggregate, not what American people were experiencing. And I think that was a legit disconnect in terms of the campaign.
No, you were lying. That's what you were doing. You were using fake numbers, fake statistics that were propped up by the Biden government that had a bunch of fake jobs that we know for a fact were fake because 1 million of them got wiped out in one of the latest labor reports. Okay, jobs that just did not exist. Under Biden, he got credit for it. And again, that's what you were doing. Okay, you were lying and you were using fake numbers. That is why there was a disconnect.
Our communication and others that would have made it a very challenging election.
Here's the thing, Biden's policies can't be so great, right? The Democrat policies can't be so great, but then you turn around and you admit that, yeah, the American people didn't feel great. So again, clearly the policies weren't great, right? Clearly what Gavin Newsom is so proud of did not work out well for the American people.
Her book, the former vice president writes that she scrambled to reach prominent Democrats hours after President Biden exited the race. And she said that you responded to her call, quote, by saying, Gavin Newsom hiking will call back. He never did. Is that what happened?
Hello, traders. In this video, we're going to introduce the Smart AI Indicator, which we developed in partnership with OpenAI. This indicator delivers AI-powered insights that would take days for a professional trader to uncover, giving users a clearer view of crypto or stock market conditions, and, of course, saving time across market research. It can help you to estimate the chances of assets reaching specific price zones and show when potential returns outweigh the risks by analyzing a combination.
100%, and I sent out an endorsement in a few minutes after that. It was one of her first endorsements. The reason she was calling. I've known Kamala all my life. The last person she needs to reach out to is me. So I learned the news. I wanted to get in touch with the Biden folks. I was out on an actual hike, and I said, I was like, Kamala, you got 1 million people to call. And we were literally working as she reached out. It was a voicemail, by the way, unknown number for the record. And
as you've known her all her life, but yet it was an unknown number, right? Really? Really? Unknown number. You know her all her life, but yet you don't have her number. Interesting. Interesting. She called you from an unknown number. Wow. This dude can't even get his lies straight, bro. His lies don't even make sense. He did not want to endorse her. Like a lot of Democrats didn't want to endorse her because they don't really like her like that, right? I mean, that's probably what really happened.
She was on to her next calls. We were already on to our press release endorsing her. So I don't even know why I was even in the book.
Did you feel like she took a swipe at you in her book?
It's all good. We've known each other for 20 years, and I think it's familiarity. I think she was having a little fun.
So no hard feelings.
Oh my God, just the opposite. Give me a break.
You've said, as we've discussed.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that, okay?
Actually,
this dude, man, I don't understand how anybody can fall for this, but there are people who will fall for it, right? At this point, if Democrats, again, if they can't admit the truth about Joe Biden, you can't trust them on anything. But again, the sad reality is that the Democrat Party voters, they probably don't care, right? To be honest with you, they don't care about Democrats lying to them, right? In fact, that's what they want. They want Democrats to lie to them, right? Biden was amazing, right? Everything under Biden was amazing, okay? They don't care about the truth. They don't care about reality. And Gavin Newsom is just giving them what they want. In a sense, Gavin Newsom is like the perfect candidate for the Democrat Party, the ultimate gaslighter, right? that is essentially what Gavin Newsom is running as at this point, right? So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Make lunch with me while I tell you all the things I do not do with my money and why you might be struggling because of that. The first thing that shocks a lot of people for some reason is that my house is only 800 square feet. And I like it that way. It's more than enough room for me and my family, and we use every space in it. I also don't buy designer anything. In fact, I prefer shopping at thrift stores, consignment stores, and
for real.
Well, I can't say my friend's name, but he said his biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that would get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible.
Yes, that's right.
That's true.
All right, let's do some jokes.
It's true. That bit, that joke, is now a campaign ad from the future mayor of New York. Folks, I remember 9/11 when Muslims, in the name of Islam, flew airplanes into buildings and killed 3,000 New Yorkers. And I remember the worst part of that day was that my aunt felt a little more self-conscious in her hijab. Isn't that the real tragedy of 9/11, wouldn't you say? Sometimes she wouldn't even take the subway anymore. Isn't that it? It's like, let's think about the real victims. Now, Zoran says that he is looked at with suspicion. And he was a young man. He would be questioned sometimes at airports. Look, I've been randomly selected at airports too. I don't know. It's a young fighting age men, I guess. Maybe it's because I'm a little swarthy myself. The Sicilians, you know, we are a little ethnically ambiguous. Well, Zoran says it was outrageous. Why on earth would any authority suspect me of being a violent extremist, a jihadi? Oh, wait, hold on. Here's a picture of Zoran Mamdani with an unindicted co-conspirator of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. There he is, all smiles, giggles, so happy. He's with 75-year-old Imam Siraj Wahaj. He posted this recently, too. This isn't even like they dug up some picture from 100 years ago. It's part of the campaign. He's doing this now. He said this guy is a leader and pillar of the Muslim community in Brooklyn.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil.
Okay, so when Zoran Mamdani says the dream of every Muslim New Yorker is just to be looked at like everyone else, I don't think that's quite fair, right? Because the dream, at least of that New Yorker, that Muslim New Yorker, was to blow up the World Trade Center. So not an original observation. A number of people have made this point. Hold on, folks. Look, I have a decent degree of respect for Islam. I actually do. And you know why? Because in many, many ways, Muslims are more grounded than secular leftists. Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
But are we really seriously arguing that there is no distinction between Islam and, say, Christianity? That there's no conflict between Islam and the West? You know, Islam becomes a political issue in the West, in what would have broadly been called Christian civilization much, much earlier, but even just in the West.
Okay.
Like
all right.
actually
Europe. Okay.
It becomes an issue in 732. Islam is founded in, 620? So within about 100 years of the founding of Islam in Arabia, Islam makes it all the way to Poitiers, 150 miles outside of Paris, because the Muslims almost took over all of Europe. And the only reason that they didn't is because Charlemagne's grandpa, Charles Martel, implausibly beat them back. Poitiers. Lepanto, when the Muslims almost took over again. And because of a strong wind and perhaps the intercession of Our Lady, as I believe, because of the prayers of Christendom, the Muslims were turned back. The Battle of Vienna. How about the invasion of Sicily? How about the invasion of Ostia? How about the conquest of Iberia for 800 years? How about the attack on New York? And on and on and on. We're supposed to pretend. I'm pretty moderate and open-minded on the issue of Islam. But you're going to tell me that there is no conflict whatsoever between our civilization and Islam?
Exactly.
Come on, buddy. That's crazy. So the question is, for Mamdani, is he some kind of devout Muslim? Well, here's some evidence. This comes from Mamdani's father, who was a professor at Princeton.
Okay, I'll be back.
America is the genesis of what we call settler colonialism. And the American model was exported all around the world. Abraham Lincoln generalized the solution of reservations. They herded American Indians into separate territories. For the Nazis, this was the inspiration.
And that's a lie.
Hitler realized two things. One, that genocide.
What they don't tell you is that the Christian genocide from the Bolsheviks, you guys, that happened in Russia before the before the Holocaust thing, that's where the Nazis got the whole version of concentration camps, gulags. Just like research. A lot of people don't understand that communism was a very bad thing and it killed a lot of people. And one of the biggest things that Hitler feared the most was communists. Okay, not he like really to sit here and sit here and say that Hitler got his aspirations from something that happened during fucking so long ago instead of something that just happened 20 years ago, something that's more along his time frame. You're gonna say that he was inspired by the reservations that happened, like hurtling them into reservation. It's like, bro, stop it. The gaslighting is insane. You like what happened to the gulags and how they were created was not long before Nazis decided to create their concentration camps. Some similarities there. It goes above this guy's head, a so-called professor.
Genocide was doable. It is possible to do genocide. That's what Hitler realized. Second thing Hitler realized is that you don't have to have a common citizenship. You can differentiate between people. The Nuremberg laws were patterned after American laws. Anyway, the US put Indians in reservations. The US invented the model.
Oh my God, this tastes so good. You guys hit it out the park.
Well, thank you. It's because it's different. It's fermented. Here's the thing, because when I was in France and I was really struggling to find food on that tour that I could eat, my husband brought over this, like literally a suitcase of beef sticks. And they were grass-fed, and I thought, okay, this is going to be healthy. For whatever reason, they still ripped my stomach up. So when I got back to America, I was like, let's figure out what this is. And we called a bunch of manufacturers, and they use an ingredient called encapsulated citric acid that's just,
Okay, sorry.
So America is the cause of all evils in the world. The founders of settler colonialism. That's news to me. I didn't know. I thought there were some earlier practices of settler colonialism before the United States. And the Nazis actually learned from Americans. And the Americans are the ones who taught Hitler that genocide was possible. Genocide, which has, of course, occurred for all of human history everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
Genocide, which occurs in the Bible, not to mention in historical sources everywhere throughout all of history. To me, I know people are going to be tempted to say, oh, this is a Muslim, this is a jihadi using his powers of taqiyya to take over. I don't really buy it. There's some of that. I mean, in the Islamic revolutions of the 20th century, there was some use of leftist slogans to lead to revolution and rebellions. But I don't know, to me, when I look at a Zohran Mamdani, it seems to me more like rote leftism, which is anti-American and which takes in some of the identity politics. Hence, you get the Islamic stuff or the Arab stuff or whatever, Ugandan. But to me, it's just rote leftism, and it's got a little Muslim spice on top. You know, the potato chip is leftism, and then the little sour cream and onion flavoring, that's the Islam for Mamdani.
Okay.
Either are a little troublesome, especially in New York. But for the people who say, well, no, God, he's a lot more dangerous than you think, Michael. He's not just a leftist, he's a jihadi. My response to that is, I don't know, I think leftism's pretty dangerous. I agree with The Atlantic when they say we have an epidemic of leftist terror going on right now.
Okay.
Looking at recent events and even longer standing events, it seems to me that while Islam has posed a 1,400-year threat to Western civilization, leftism is a more pressing threat right now. And I'll be talking about that tomorrow, by the way. I'm going to be testifying before the United States Senate, the Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution. So you can tune in. I'm sure it'll be on C-SPAN or something like that. That will be tomorrow because the Democrats and the media, though I repeat myself, want to deny that left-wing terrorism exists at all. So we're going to be correcting the record tomorrow. Now, speaking of sitting down with liberals in Congress and in the Senate, President Trump has finally addressed the longstanding shutdown and whether or not he would sit down with Jeffries and Schumer. We'll get to what he had to say in 1 second. First, though, I want to tell you about Vandy Crisps. Go to vandycrisps.com/Knowles. Did you know all chips and fries used to be cooked in tallow until the 1990s when big corporations switched to cheap processed seed oils? Today, seed oils make up 20% of the average American's daily calories. They've been linked to metabolic issues and inflammation. Vandy Crisps saw the problem in the snack aisle and decided to do something about it. They created an incredible potato chip with just 3 simple ingredients, absolutely no seed oils, just heirloom potatoes, sea salt, and 100% grass-fed beef tallow. That beef tallow is not just there for the amazing flavor, it is loaded with nutrients that are fantastic for your skin, brain, and hormones. When you snack on Vandy, it is completely different from eating regular chips. You feel satisfied, light, and energetic without any crash, bloat, or that gross, sluggish feeling you get afterwards. Personally, my favorite Vandy Crisp, it's the original. They're all the flavors are good. Barbecue, it's all good. The original. That's where it's at. It is the greatest chip I've ever had in my entire life. It is the greatest chip you will ever have in your entire life. Not one iota of hyperbole. These are 100% American made, zero compromises. The beef tallow makes them super satiating. You will not find yourself mindlessly binging the whole bag. Are you ready to give Vandy a try? Go to vandycrisps.com/Knowles. Use code Knowles for 25% off your first order. vandycrisps.com/Knowles. Code Knowles. 25% off your first order. If you don't feel like ordering online, that's fine. Vandy is now available at your local Sprouts supermarket. Stop by and pick up a bag before they're gone. Folks, Yes or No is not just a best-selling party game to play with your friends. It is also considered by many to be the greatest interview game show on the internet. Now, we have great news. If you go to DailyWire Plus and search for the Yes or No show page, you can watch every episode ad-free and unedited, featuring questions that were too spicy for YouTube, even full episodes that were removed from the platform entirely. You can also now watch the brand new episode with Ruslan KD, where we get to the bottom of the Catholic-Protestant divide, and we get to the bottom of our drinks. Check out this teaser. Are ortho bros more difficult to debate than Catholics?
Oh, man.
You can't pin them down on anything.
Well, they would say that you guys are the ones that schismatic.
They say all sorts of stuff. In Greek, who even speaks that? You know?
Why do some policies create prosperity while others lead to disaster? And how do economic decisions made in Washington affect your daily life? PragerU's Economics 101 explains how free markets, government intervention, and historical trends shape the economy in just 5 minutes.
You can watch that right now on Daily Wire Plus. President Trump was just asked if he would be willing to sit down with Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat leader in the House, and Chuck Schumer, Democrat leader in the Senate, to end what has now become the second longest government shutdown ever. Here's his answer.
After this trip, do you think you'll sit down with Hakeem Jeffries and...
I would. I'd be willing to. I would have now, too. You know, I left. I said, come on over, just put the government back. All they have to do is say yes, and it's over. And we start. And then we go into a negotiation. Look, Obamacare has been terrible. We can make it better. I'm all for that. But they're not. And they want to allow many illegal people that came into our country illegally from prisons, from mental institutions, from all over the world. They want them to get paid, and that's going to hurt the citizens of our country, and I just can't do it.
Can't do it. He says, look, I'll sit down with them whenever they want. They're the ones who shut the government down. I'll sit down with them, but I'm not going to give health care to... Yeah, look, they're a problem. This is so amazing. The Democrats' problem right now is they think that Obamacare is terrible. Our healthcare system is Obamacare. Obamacare, which was supposed to fix our healthcare system once for all. Joe Biden was there at the passage of Obamacare, said, this is a big effing deal, man. That was it, remember? That was like the whole 2008 campaign. Some of you are too young to remember this. The whole campaign was about how we need to fix healthcare once and for all, get this problem fixed. And then they pass it. It was a complete disaster. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor was the lie of the year, I think, from PolitiFact. They said healthcare premiums would would go down. Instead, they went up, and Barack Obama copped to it. He said, well, you didn't think you were going to get all that stuff for free, huh? So it was a disaster. And now the Democrats are shutting down the government, even though the Republicans have the presidency, they have the House, they have the Senate, they have the Supreme Court, because they keep winning the presidency. But Democrats have enough minority power to shut down the government. Why? Because their own health care law is unsatisfactory. And I agree, it is. And so Trump is saying, yeah, Obamacare is terrible, so we should try to fix it. But no, I'm not going to give health care to the American people. Elected me not to do that. That would be betraying the American people. It's totally unjust. We're not doing it. So if they want to sit down, we'll sit down, but we're not doing that. Why is this the second longest government shutdown ever? We're now on day 26 of this government shutdown. Most people don't even remember it's shut down. Members of the military might notice because there was a fear that they weren't going to get their paychecks. Then a very patriotic billionaire stepped in and actually wrote a check to cover the military pay. It could be what? If you're flying through the airport, maybe it's a little slower because of TSA. But right now, the longest government shutdown ever was 35 days. We're at 26. We're almost certainly going to go past the 35. And do you know why? I've heard very few people talking about this. The reason that this is going to keep going on and on and on, most likely, is that there is very little incentive for either party to reopen the government. This is in many ways unprecedented as a government shutdown. Usually the reason the government reopens is because Republicans face the blame for the shutdown, and they face political pressure to cave and make concessions and reopen the government. Even if the Republicans are totally in the right and Democrats are totally in the wrong, historically speaking, the Republicans always get blamed, so they have to make the concessions and they have to reopen the government. But that's not happening this time. That's what's so weird. Trump is winning the government shutdown. Even CNN had to admit it. His approval rating is looking good. The ratings of blame going to President Trump for this shutdown are looking good. Even the left-wing cable channel has to say so, which means there is no incentive for the Republicans to cave. The Republicans are winning on public polling and on the issues. Well, what about the Democrats? Shouldn't there then be an incentive for the Democrats to cave? Not really. And I think the reason behind that helps to explain why the Democrats did so badly in 2024 and why they're not looking much better for the midterms or 2028. The Democrats are held hostage to a base that is on the wrong side of virtually every 80-20 issue. The Democrats right now are above water on issues like the environment, which are so abstract, they don't really rank very high for people when they're prioritizing different issues. Democrats rate a little bit higher on healthcare. So that's what they're really pushing for in this shutdown, because they know healthcare is an issue that people care about. They rate a little bit higher on, I think, women's issues or some women's health. But again, it just is not a priority for American voters. So other than healthcare, and that gambit hasn't played out, the Democrats are on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue. So there's no pressure for them to reopen the government because their base likes that they're shutting it down, and because things can't really get any worse for them. That's the problem. Things aren't getting worse for Republicans as the shutdown moves on, so there's no reason for them to cave. And things can't get worse for the Democrats. The reason the Democrats shut the government down in the first place is precisely because they're on the wrong side of all of these issues, precisely because they've lost a lot of ground with the median voter, with the mainstream public. And so they're hoping that if they go back to the well, the old tried and true strategy of shutting down the government and blaming the Republicans, maybe that will inject a little life into their party. But even that is not working. So, okay, if the shutdown itself was a last-ditch effort for the Democrats, who have really backed themselves into a corner on all these issues, what are they going to do? Why would they give up now? Then it would be all for naught. But likewise, why would the Republicans cave at all? So the issue is one where until you start to see the numbers moving, I don't think the government's going to reopen. Maybe they'll cut some backroom deal, and who knows? Maybe private polling is showing some different situation than the public polling is. But as of now, I would not hold your breath for the government to reopen. There's no reason for it to. Okay, speaking of the Senate, this story, this could have been cooked up by the Babylon Bee or the Onion.
In just 2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking and content creation tools without having to pay a cent in overpriced subscriptions. And with these tools, you'll learn how to create scroll-stopping videos that rack up millions of views, craft wildly profitable...
A Maine Democrat Senate candidate, Graham Plattner, has a Nazi tattoo, like an actual Nazi tattoo. I'm not saying a tattoo that Nazis might like. I mean, a tattoo that is a clear Nazi symbol. Now, he's recent. I'm sorry that if you're watching this show right now, you have to look at this man's flabby nipples, but it's just show the tattoo, I guess. And you'll notice there's some weird tattoo of like a prancing new agey dog. That's not the symbol. The symbol is underneath. Apparently, that tattoo was placed there to cover up what was this Nazi symbol, which no one disputes. It was a particular kind of skull and crossbones. And here's the story. This first-time political candidate says because according to the Associated Press, says he got the skull and crossbones tattoo in 2007 when he was in his 20s and in the Marine Corps. It happened during a night of drinking while he was on leave in Croatia, and he was unaware until recently that the image had been associated with Nazi police. Now, do you recall another young politico, another military veteran, who was accused of having Nazi tattoos? That would be United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And what tattoos were they talking about in his case? Pete, on his chest, has a Jerusalem cross. Jerusalem cross is a medieval Christian symbol. It's associated with the Crusaders. It's associated with just the Christian presence in Jerusalem, which the Christian presence in Jerusalem obviously has existed for 2,000 years. Ancient community. Also, it's not in this picture, though, it was in the one that I pulled earlier for the show. He has a tattoo that says Deus Vult. Deus Vult, which is the cheer of the crowd after the Council of Clermont, when Pope Urban II said that he would, in fact, respond to the call from Christians in the East to protect them from the ravages of Muslim Turks out there. Okay. Those tattoos were called Nazi tattoos, white supremacist. These are medieval, almost ancient Christian symbols. The Jerusalem cross was in the cathedral underneath Jimmy Carter during his funeral, okay? And yet we have the Democrats in the Senate running a guy with an actual overt, no one even disputes it, Nazi tattoo. And his response is, well, I didn't know. Even let's say it's true. Look, I don't think the guy's a Nazi. Probably not. I don't think the Democrat candidate is actually a Nazi. There are going to be some people who are trying to score cheap political points and say, see, he's a Nazi. See, Democrats are the real racists. See, what? I don't think that's the case. I'm just saying, if he didn't know, that's almost more embarrassing. It's embarrassing on both fronts. It's embarrassing that the Democrats accused Pete of having Nazi symbols because they're so unfamiliar with Christianity that they don't understand basic symbols of the Christian faith, basic phrases associated with the Christian faith for over 1,000 years in some cases. And it's also embarrassing that this guy who wants to be a federal legislator would get a tattoo without knowing what it means. It's worse. In some way, it's kind of what I say about Mamdani. In some ways, it would be better if he were a jihadi. It'd be better than being a radical leftist. In some ways, it'd be better if this guy were a Nazi than just a dope who doesn't even have the judgment to figure out what kind of symbols he's putting on his body. Okay, speaking of the military, there's a UFO, a flying saucer filmed near a military base, or at least a military facility. Less than 2 weeks ago, we launched our new flagship show, Friendly Fire, right here on Daily Wire Plus. It's me, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, and Andrew Klavan coming together live to debate, discuss, and yes, disagree on the biggest stories making headlines. In our very first episode, we dropped 2 massive announcements, the all-new Daily Wire Lifetime membership and the first look at our upcoming epic, The Pendragon Cycle. This Wednesday night, we're back with an all-new live episode and more big announcements you will not want to miss. Plus, our deal of the decade is happening right now. Join Daily Wire Plus for as little as $7 a month at dailywire.com. Watch Friendly Fire live Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on Daily Wire Plus. My favorite comment yesterday, and it's amazing. I'm just seeing this now. I'm seeing it now. I'm hearing it for the first time. Yet again, This comment comes from the Drummers Workshop, Norm's Music. We get zillions of comments on this show, okay? I want you to know this. It's not just I'm playing favorites. We get zillions of comments on this show. We do the show 5 days a week, plus all of the extra content we release on the weekends, but all this stuff. We've been doing this for, what, how long has this show been on? For like 8 years or something like that? And the Drummers Workshop, Norm's Music, keeps coming up again and again and again as my favorite comment. I don't even read the names. Almost none of the times do I read the names. But he's just got really insightful wisdom. Okay, and what does he say? He says, I knew China was up to something after I opened a fortune cookie and the fortune said, vote Mamdani. That's true. You're right. That should have tipped me off because I don't have TikTok. So I can't see China juicing the algo to promote Mamdani in New York. But yes, the fortune cookie that says vote for Zoran, that might have tipped me off. Okay, speaking of escalating conflict, speaking of the military, the UFO was filmed near a military facility. It's actually Lockheed Martin's Helendale radar testing facility. It's a military contractor facility. This guy filmed the unknown object. It looks just like a flying saucer, just floating up in the sky. Looks like it's got like a beam of some sort, kind of beaming down at the ground. And that's all we know about it. It's kind of weird. You don't know how it's up there. You don't know what it's doing. We don't know if the footage is real or not. But like, it might be real. This is from Uncanny Expeditions on YouTube. I don't know if it is real or not, but it might be real because some of the most impressive aircraft that America's ever produced come from these sorts of facilities. The U-2 spy plane, the SR-71 Blackbird, the F-117 Nighthawk, the stealth fighter, all have been developed at this facility. So sure, if we have some kind of flying saucer-like object, yeah, I guess we could make it there. You know how much I hate to say I told you so? There are going to be people, first of all, there are going to be people who say, the UFO is near the military facility. That's because the aliens are trying to get info about our
Excuse me? How do you read so many books?
I don't. I listen.
What do you mean you listen?
I use this app called Speechify where I can take a photo of anything and it will read it out loud to me.
Wait, can you show me?
What you're going to do is you're going to scan your book and then it reads it.
Would seem like if this object is legitimate, whatever it is being developed at this facility. I have said from the beginning, the ET aliens explanation of UFOs is now and always has been complete nonsense. And the most likely explanation for these UFOs, which are real, some of the UFOs are real. The most likely explanation is that it's technology that we are making. But the skeptics say, or not the skeptics, the gullibles say, no, but the government says it doesn't know what these objects are. As if the government would never lie to you about classified programs and secret technology that they are always developing and that they debut years later, but consistently. So it seems to me, if we're looking at like Skunk Works or something like that, these facilities and these teams that are specifically charged with, and this is all public, specifically charged with developing really, really advanced, super cool secret technology for the U.S. government, that maybe when we find super duper cool, weird technology that we don't know about near these kinds of facilities, maybe those two things have something to do with each other. Now, it's not just government projects, I think. I don't think that explains all of the UFO, UAP phenomenon. I think some of it is people with overactive imaginations. Some of it's hallucinations. Some of it is people seeing things and just misperceiving what they're actually seeing. Some of it is people who maybe have a couple of screws loose, and so they see things that aren't there. And I am open to one further explanation, which is that in some cases, it's demons. I'm not one of those who sees demons under every rock. I know some people are inclined to do that. No, I hold the C.S. Lewis view that there are two errors you can make with demons. One is pretending they don't exist. The other is seeing them everywhere. I don't know. I don't worry about demons. But there's a spiritual aspect to the world, and there's spiritual warfare without question. And most people who don't even believe in God, I think, would believe in evil. They see evil and they realize that evil has a personality and that evil is not material. Evil is immaterial. So all of that is to say demons exist. And sometimes people get obsessed and vexed and tempted and even possessed by these sorts of things. So I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of that. But mostly it's government projects. As I've told you for years, and you know how much I hate to say I told you so. Okay, speaking of clandestine activities, there's something that happened last week that I really want to get to. I didn't have time really to sift through all of it on my super duper highly secret skunkworks like trip in Central Europe. The Louvre was robbed. The Louvre, which is the most frequented museum on planet Earth, the Louvre, the museum in Paris, was robbed. Items worth $102 million were taken from the Louvre on Sunday in broad daylight. Two of the thieves reportedly entered by cutting through a window with power tools. Then they threatened the security guards, who fled. Then they cut through 2 glass cases containing jewels, crowns, and all sorts of really nice stuff. You would ask yourself, how on earth could the Louvre be robbed? And how could the Louvre be robbed in broad daylight? Okay, here's just what's being reported. These jewels were kept previously in beautiful Rococo cases, beautiful, lovely, ornamented, nice cases. In 2019, a decision was made to swap out those beautiful cases for ugly modern cases. So the new ugly modern cases switch this from looking like a French royal palace to looking like a JCPenney. This looks like where you would buy maybe a Tag Heuer watch at the mall, for your father on his birthday. Not where you would find the tiara of Napoleon's empress, for instance. So you would say, okay, well, they modernized it.
No.
So surely the new ones must be better, right? No, in every single way, they're worse. So one of the explanations given for why they modernized the display cases was to make them more accessible to people, and for the marginalized and for the blah, 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 blah. But the thing about the Rococo cases is not only were they more beautiful, but they had shatterproof glass. And if they were threatened, this is just according to reporting, they would lock the jewels into a safe. So they were really, really good in case of a robbery. And the modern, Macy's looking cases, those had nothing. Apparently the glass was very easy to break through, and these guys robbed them. Okay, so that's one thing. Moving from old and beautiful to new and modern, which we're always told is going to make things more secure and more efficient and more, is, as is always the case, in furniture, in housing, in clothing, in everything, as is always the case, the new stuff is worse. Also, I don't want to say what kind of head of security the Louvre had. It was a female head of security. It apparently, look, I'm just making an observation, okay? Last year, the Louvre decided to name a woman to be the head of security. And women have many skills, many talents, many natural inclinations. One thing they are not good at is security. Generally, the armies of the world, absent the ancient and legendary Amazonians, the women are generally not the ones protecting stuff. It's the men that protect stuff. Okay. So they're very, very excited to announce the first female head of security at the Louvre last year. Now, the most embarrassing heist in the history of the French government. The woman, the head of security, was appointed by another woman, Laurence Descartes, who was the first woman director in the Louvre's 228-year history. So, again, I'm not saying this is strictly a sex thing, but just a fact. It was on their watch that this happened. And I don't know if we have a picture of Laurence Descartes. I guess we don't. But, when that doesn't work, maybe we should, instead of trying to impose DEI and modernism, and I'm not just talking about the people, I'm talking about the display cases, I'm talking about everything. Why didn't the security at the Louvre have weapons? Why did they flee? Instead of trying to impose all this stuff on the beautiful...
so what?
artifacts that we have from antiquity and the Middle Ages and early modernity, places like the Louvre, instead of trying to destroy them with the bad ideas of our time, maybe we just try to preserve them. Maybe we try to conserve them. Maybe we try to learn from history rather than override it and in this case actually destroy it. Speaking of ancient treasures, just one little bit I want to leave you on before we go. Joe Rogan is apparently going to church.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of elitist people who all happen to vote the same way and who all happen to live in huge cities on the West Coast. And so Result Hunter takes those elitist values and elitist sources and kind of pushes them down a little bit in the search engine.
I haven't got there, but I have started going to church every now and again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I do.
I do too. It's a bunch of people that are going to try to make their lives better. They're trying to be a better person. And they're trying to, I mean, for me at least, the place that I go to, they read and analyze passages in the Bible. I'm really interested in what these people were trying to say, because I don't think it's nothing. There's a lot of like atheists and secular people that just like to dismiss Christianity as being foolish. It's just fairy tales. I hear that amongst, self-professed intelligent people. Like it's a fairy tale. I'm like, I don't know if that's true. I think there's more to it. I think it's history, but I think it's a confusing history. It's a confusing history because it was a long time ago. And it's people telling things in an oral tradition and writing things down in a language that you don't understand, in the context of a culture that you don't understand. And I think there's something to what they're saying.
That's all. He's just saying there's something to the Bible. There's something, furthermore, to going to church. There's something to this Christianity thing. He goes on. It's a great conversation. That's all he's saying. He's saying, I think there's something to this. This is magnificent news. I look forward at some point to taking Joe to a traditional Latin mass. I think that would be a lot of fun. If I'm in Austin, if he's in Nashville, it'd be a lot of fun. This is a good start. And you know why it's so magnificent? I'm happy for Joe. I like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's great. So I'm happy for him that this is happening. I'm really happy for his audience, actually, that they're hearing this. But even more important than that, what is Joe Rogan's superpower? Joe Rogan's superpower is that he is the avatar of the median voter. That's his superpower. He's lived an exceptional life. He's been a TV star. He's been all these things. He's the #1 podcaster in the world. He's a comedian. He's this. He's all these different things. But he somehow remains an avatar of the median voter. That's why it was so important for Trump and Vance to go on his show this year. That's why Kamala Harris wanted to go on his show, but felt that she couldn't. And that's why sometimes conservatives get a little frustrated with Joe because they say, no, come on all the way. Come on. Why aren't you going on? And he's slow. He's methodical. He used to be more on the left. Now he's a little more on the right, but he's not. But yeah, he's the median voter. So when he says something, that should be taken as a very important sign, because I think it's a sign of where most people are at. And I think most people now, I'm not saying most people are, reading the Liturgy of the Hours or, proficient in Gregorian chant or something like that. I'm not saying that they've figured everything out, but I think most people right now are saying, there's something to this Christianity. New atheism's kind of dumb, and maybe we should go to church, and maybe, the smartest and most flourishing people for all of human history, like maybe they weren't just complete idiots. That's good. That's magnificent. Okay, today is Music Monday. The rest of the show continues now. You do not want to miss it. Become a member. Use code Knowles, Canada, WLAS, at checkout for 2 months free on all annual plans.
Okay. I guess.
What if I told you this dish was actually healthy? Let's be
Yes,
real, Factor's
it's
menu
not
is way
accepted.
healthier than the competition. Their chefs actually know what
Intimacy is just into me see, right? So with each person and each partner that you're sharing yourself with, you're able to share parts of yourself that you might not be able to share with other partners that allow you really to show up and learn yourself. You think when you get into relationships, I was married and monogamous for 8 years, and we were both fronting. You know, like he kept having affairs and doing the thing, and I'm like, well, I wouldn't mind a sister wife to your biological nature.
I'm solo poly specifically, which means that I'm my own primary partner. So I come first, and anyone I date is secondary to me.
I am 38 years young, Indian American female. I have never had intercourse. So, and that's a more complicated, in-depth thing, but I just want to, on the surface, just say, from my life, in my humble opinion, individuals of any culture who practice promiscuity, I think it's just gross. Like, just bodily fluids being exchanged, emotions being hurt, STDs, STIs, UTIs. I think it's just gross. And to your point, like, it's hard for us to understand you, and it's hard for you guys to understand us. And neither is right nor wrong, it's just different.
In this episode, we sit down with two groups of women whose approaches to love and commitment couldn't be more different. Monogamous women who value deep, exclusive partnerships, and polyamorous women who embrace the freedom of multiple romantic connections. Together, they unpack what loyalty, trust, and fulfillment mean in their worlds. They challenge common stereotypes and explore how society views their choices. Is monogamy still the gold standard, or is the future of relationships more open than we think? Let's step into the conversation and discover the truths, tensions, and shared humanity that connect them. I'm your host, Dr. Michelle Daff. Welcome to The Bridge.
This will be interesting. You can already tell the difference.
Hi everyone, my name is Janet and I am monogamous.
Hello, my name is Sonali, and I am an Indian American monogamous madam.
Hi, my name is Tashara and I am monogamous.
Hi, I'm Chelsea and I'm monogamous as well.
Hi, I am Daphne and I am polyamorous.
Hi, I'm Els and I am polyamorous.
Hi, I'm Lady Beaver, and I'm solo poly.
Hi, I am Reverend Soulflower and I am polyamorous. Thank you, ladies, for being here. And the first prompt is,
okay.
Humans are naturally wired for monogamy. Okay. Anyone can elaborate or speak on their thoughts on that question.
Well, you said humans. From my life experience, I have found that men are not biologically made for monogamy.
I completely agree with that.
Hence my thumbs down. But I believe women, and this I'm speaking generally, women tend to be more monogamous in my life experience as an Indian American millennial.
I think that humans, or however people self-identify, aliens too, individuals have a lot of love to give, and I think that society has placed a barrier up to what love looks like and means like for a lot of people. And I think that our species is definitely meant to spread love and in a different capacity than I think what we believe. You know, it doesn't inherently have to be a sexual connection. It could be an emotional connection. It could be a positive connection. And I think that us as individuals and humans, we're meant for that.
I will say though, I think that you can be monogamous and love people all day long. Yeah. You know, I don't think that just because you're polyamorous, that means you're the one that's pouring more love out into the world.
I agree.
I've been single and monogamous for a long time, and I feel like I've never given so much love as I am now.
That's a beautiful take on it. I can agree with that too. You know, I think that it's allowing yourself to open up to different types of connections too, and being able to have that love with the level of vulnerability that brings in the relationship aspect with that individual. Because sometimes there is like that barrier when you're not with someone. You know.
You know, you said
that
you have like a lot of love to give, and that doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. Mm-hmm. Like at the same time, that is monogamy. Like you can be monogamous where you can give it to your friends, you can give it to your family, you give it everywhere. It doesn't necessarily mean you have, like you said, you literally just said sexual. So technically you are kind of describing monogamy in a
So
way.
do you think that monogamy has to do with sexuality? Because let's think about the people who are asexual in polyamorous or in different types of relationships. It's not inherently just that sexual aspect. It's a type of connection that you have with an individual more than anything else.
Personally, I believe monogamy is like when somebody's having a relationship with someone in a sexual relationship. And that's
the beginning of
monogamy.
that part one more time for me.
Monogamy.
No, before that.
Is between two people. It's having a relationship, an intimate relationship between two people, which usually consists of sexual activity.
Misfits has been a huge supporter for the homegrown growers, really, in finding a good home for people that appreciate a piece of fruit like this that isn't the prettiest but still eats phenomenally.
James is a man in love, but he's a man who's been burned by love before. So he believes keeping a close watch on his spending helps him resist temptation. Wells Fargo gets...
I have a question for everyone here. Can you fully commit to more than one person at a time?
Absolutely.
One partner
Yes,
at a time?
absolutely.
Can you fully commit? Okay, anyone want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, touching on what you said, I would agree with most of what's being said because, yes, my longest standing polyamorous relationship is 13 years and it's a non-sexual relationship. And I'm fully committed. I'm totally invested. I'm totally in love. He's totally in love. We're fully committed to each other. And then there are partners that, you know, I like to break it down with people that I work with that there's a heart choice, a head choice, and a womb choice, right? So the person that guides you spiritually might take you closer to God. They might not be the person that the womb specifically speaks to, right? Or the one that speaks to your heart, the one that opens you up to that abundance of love that you spoke of. That's a different experience. So each of my partners contribute to the whole holiness in myself, and they contribute in different ways. So I fully commit to all of them.
So I have a question for you. In that case, so if different people are sort of meeting the different needs that you have, don't you feel like maybe you could be exclusive with one person as a partner and then have friendships or other connections that meet some of those other intimate parts? Or do you think that intimacy that you are sharing with these people is so intimate that it has to be considered like a relationship?
Well, yes. So do I believe that can happen? Yes. But if we take it and break it down, intimacy is just into me see, right? So with each person and each partner that you're sharing yourself with, you're able to share parts of yourself that you might not be able to share with other partners that allow you really to show up and learn yourself. You think when you get into relationships, I was married and monogamous for 8 years. And we were both fronting, you know, like he kept having affairs and doing the thing. And I'm like, well, I wouldn't mind a sister wife to your biological nature, right? So I'm like, hey, let's just talk about it and let's be forward facing about it so we can have a dialogue so we can expand because I'm about community, village building. And I believe that the partnerships that, you know, they contribute to me, yeah, like it's polyamorous because it means many loves. And that's that.
Did you become a polygamist because of cheating? Because the fact that he was seeking others?
No, I initially, so that played a role, but the initial start was I have a friend that was my friend since I was 12, and I love him. And when I got married, my husband was like, you got to get rid of him. You know, I'm here now, and I'm the one, and I can tell by the way he looks at you that he might want to. And I'm like, no, I don't get those vibes, but as a woman, I got those vibes. But I also know how I am, you know, and I'm like, okay, now I'm trying to put on this mask of monogamy. I'm trying to portray myself as being as if all the love I am, all of the just, you know, I'm in 1,000 colors. All of that can be closed into one space. So I'm like, let's give it a shot.
Do you mind elaborating when you said cheating did kind of?
Well, yes, it contributed to the decision because, like I said, the friend that I had, he was somebody that I wasn't willing to let go of. And so my husband was like, well, if you're not willing to let him go, then I don't think that we're in a monogamous marriage. He's Muslim, very strong Muslim practices. And that's kind of what opened the door. My friendship, him deciding to move into, you know, can we cuss, girl? Because it's polyephory, okay, instead of polyamory. And I was like, yeah, no, this is just not, it's not honest. I like honesty, I like fair, I like brutally candid.
I would like to double down on that. So one of the things I always say when we're opening up talking about polyamory is I'd rather deal with jealousy than dishonesty any day. So that's part of the commitment and knowing your boundaries. You have your boundaries within your relationship Or ships. Your boundary with one partner might be different than your boundary with another partner, right? As long as everyone's respecting those boundaries, you are committed in that sense. Because I'm saying this is what we can and can't do.
The thing is, too, with the other lady, you also have to, like, she said this guy was Muslim. You have to understand Muslims' culture. Not every, like, and that's the thing in the West. Everyone in the West just assume that everyone thinks like them around the world. And that's obviously not true, or else there would be democracies everywhere in the world that resembles America. We wouldn't have so many people fleeing. There wouldn't be as many wars. Obviously, there are people who do not think like us, and you have to respect that. You know, I lived in the Middle East, so I know this, and therefore, you have to be very careful with whether or not you want to get involved with those types of individuals. And if you do, you have to sit down and talk like a grown adult. But, you know, I've seen it where they have told me about their culture, like how they are allowed to be married up to 4 women, I think, and they all, but you know, like it's a culture behind it. So, like, I don't know. I don't think that was a. I don't think it's very wise to ignore cultures and their values and to assume that every culture is like that with the West, and how they view relationships, how they view even women's values. It could be very different. So uh, that's the thing with, you know, with this whole, with that lady's last situation she was talking about.
This is what I'm willing, what I'm not willing. This is what my heart says yes to, no to, whatever the case may be, right? But I'd rather it, even as my other partner, like let's say my partner is talking to me, I would rather you tell me straight up, hey, I'm feeling this person, not feeling this person, than me catch something behind your back. When we could have all had fun together 9 times out of 10, we're so open-minded.
Come on.
You know, so I'd rather deal with, you know, jealousy, my own ego, and jealousy than dishonesty any day. Because dishonesty does what? Tear down relationships more than anything else. Once you lose that trust, it's really hard to get it back. But if you're working through that, I can set my ego aside and be like, okay, part of me felt this type of way, but I know that's my ego speaking. In reality, this love is this, this, and that, and I can deal with this jealousy than do that.
I'd rather find someone that's loyal, though, or it's like I'd rather marry a man that was going to allow me to have other friendships that have been in my life before that person.
So would that
So
make
what does
him less
loyalty
loyal?
have to do with polyamory?
Because you're saying that because of all the dishonesty and the person was going to cheat, then if we have a polyamorous relationship, we get to be honest about the desire.
Did I say that, or is that just the assumption in the monogamy community? Because
No, I
all I
thought you
said,
just said
I
that.
said I would deal with jealousy over dishonesty. Not that I personally dealt with dishonesty in that sense. I would rather deal with that, just knowing what there is out there, being in relationships,
So
having
you're
all
talking
this.
about
I would just deal
prevention.
with that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
you're talking about preventing dishonesty.
I would say just preventing a distrust in general, in all aspects. I would just rather deal with that and
I
grow
just
with
feel
that.
like that us as humans, we are looking at others and constantly connecting in many different ways, and we're either looking at them in a lustful way, or you know, it's still in you regardless. And when you're practicing monogamy, you just keep those thoughts to yourself. And I feel like in this realm, you can be completely honest.
I feel like I have been very honest with myself, though, in my desires
That's
in a
beautiful.
monogamous relationship. And I feel like I really pride myself on living an honest life. I have just felt more tunnel vision towards someone. And until I meet someone that inspires that, I don't choose to be with anyone. You know, I don't commit.
Hold up, Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked Snickerdoodle, Original, and French Vanilla. Dessert vibes, 0 sugar.
Do you think that biology or culture
You do
has a stronger
extremely
influence
got
on how we form
it.
relationships?
I think that culture plays a huge part in relationships and how we're raised and what we're taught. Watching any movie, you know, like polyamory is really not represented. When I grew up, it was a fact that one day I was going to get married and have children, and that was it. There's no other alternative. And then when you get older and you're dating and it doesn't go the way that it does in the movies, and it's just one failed relationship after the next, you start to think outside the box a little bit. And also, I feel like traveling to other cultures and seeing just how other cultures view relationships. And
the thing that if you actually look at Hollywood, um, a lot of those Hollywood movies, all the women, romantic movies, then they're all the women cheat. So it when you think of the Titanic, the woman cheated. You think of the Notebook, the woman cheated. So to sit here and say, oh, looking at Hollywood, I thought I was just gonna grow up and get married. Looking at Hollywood, Hollywood told you would have cheated and then got married.
not even relationships, just behavior in general, you start to realize how much of your behavior is a construct of society, and you're just drinking the Kool-Aid of what you've learned as a kid.
So if you were able to meet someone that did meet your needs in all of those ways, just one person, would you then decide to be monogamous with that person, or would you still feel the need to continue?
I actually could. I have been monogamous in the past. I could be with the right person. I just don't think that person actually exists.
I feel like it's almost unfair to put the pressure on one person to make me fully happy.
I don't think we have to as a monogamous person. I don't go into relationships thinking that that person has to fulfill everything. I don't. I rely on myself. I have a relationship with myself.
Absolutely.
And I love strangers, and
that feels like a compromise. What you just mentioned, it sounds like a compromise, saying like I can't find anyone, so I'm going to compromise and be polygamous.
I'm solo poly specifically, which means that I'm my own primary partner. So I come first, and anyone I date is secondary to me. And I had to do that because I was just getting burned relationship after relationship. And I feel like I'm at a place where I can't give all of myself to somebody anymore.
So
I just
what
can't.
does that look like, what you're describing?
It basically means that I'm single and dating, if you want to look at it like that. But I'm not looking to get married. I personally don't want children, so that's not a goal. And I feel like when you're dating too, that's always the first thing people ask. Like, do you want to get married? Do you want to have kids? And when you say no, people automatically assume you're a slut and that you just want to sleep around. And it's not like that.
At all.
And it really is about the person too, and I do think that people come with different things that they can offer you, and different people satisfy different needs in your life. And friendships are not,
So you're dating non-exclusively?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, I find it really interesting in what you were saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounded like you were saying that you used to date other people to fulfill your needs.
I used to be monogamous, and I either was cheated on in every single relationship, or the guy was opposite, like so jealous, so monogamous, and so jealous where if I even mentioned another guy's name, they'd have a mental breakdown, And I was just like, I don't want any of this anymore. I also am sick of that, the negative feedback loop you get in your head where you're like, what's he doing right now? Why isn't he texted? What's happening right now? Like, I never want to feel that way ever again.
Sounds like protection.
Yeah.
Major
protection.
And I love that.
Question for you ladies on the monogamy side specifically. If monogamy were truly natural, why do so many people struggle to stay faithful?
In my life experience, I'm 38 years young, Indian American, so I have both cultures coming at me. So in my life experience, I've found that it's the men who have difficulty staying loyal and being monogamous. I've always been loyal and committed, even because and my problem is I fall in love with just one kiss, but I won't even let a guy kiss me unless I know him, I trust him. You mentioned asexuality earlier. I've just learned through life I'm actually asexual, but within asexuality there's something called demisexual. I've learned in the past 2 years that's what I am. A demisexual in any culture, they need to have an intellectual and emotional connection with a man, or whomever, before they can let anything physical happen. And so that's me, but I've also realized that's not easy. It's not easy for me to find a man who will take the time to get to know me and earn my trust and establish that intellectual and emotional connection before leaving or ghosting me because he's not getting anything
To your
from me.
question, like why do men
My question is, if monogamy were truly natural, why do so many people struggle to stay faithful? She just mentioned that she finds it's only men, but that's not true.
A lot of men are faithful, and in today's society, it's just a lot easier to to have be tempted or whatnot, and it's really up to the person to do so or not. I do believe that when it comes to cheating, it has nothing to do with like it might not even be a sexual thing. It might just be there's a lack of communication in the relationship, or that person is depressed. Something else is going on in that relationship, and that person that cheated, that they need to take care of. Like they need to go to therapy and figure it out. Like, but they're coming out in that way. They're using cheating instead of like dealing with their issues.
Yeah, I think it's a lack of coping.
Yeah, a lack of coping. And today, like I said, there's more temptation. There's social media. There's more there's more out there, and it's easier to just swipe right or left. I mean,
I think also it's a lot of unhealed trauma that people are dealing with, because again, it's not only just men, you know, I also know some women as well. And so I think if you're not really truly happy with yourself, they pour onto you these traumas, you know, and it's like, it's not hard to be faithful. It's really not. But I think it's something within them that they're dealing with.
Hurt people, hurt people.
Absolutely.
I also think, like, I think we kind of hear it here, is that we think that another person is going to alleviate us. And so I think cheating can come from, I need to get something else to alleviate me, rather than sit with myself or face the person that I'm feeling absent from, or something's missed, whatever it is. So I think it's just, as a culture, that's what's influencing us to go get something else to, numb us in the moment.
Desert diamonds celebrate all that you are and all that you're still becoming, in natural colors that reflect all the shades of you.
I'm in an impossible situation.
You died, I died. I just been reunited with both of my husbands.
You really look amazing. She's more stunning than I remember.
And I have to pick where to spend eternity.
What about people who just, you know, they're just attracted to people? So a woman is on a flight, she sees a guy, he's really handsome, he's sparking up something that's never really been sparked up before, and it's not about an insecurity, it's just loving that exploration, or the temptation of just doing something different or having fun or whatever that might be.
I guess it's then, like, don't be in a monogamous relationship. You know, I think we know ourselves to a degree, or I think that's like the uncomfortable, but also, the honorable part, the privilege of being with someone, that you would have to go to them and be like, I saw someone on this flight, or I just saw someone and I'm feeling something,
Why can't a monogamous relationship be fun?
I feel like on both sides there's unhealed versions of people, and if you're in a poly dynamic because you feel a void and you're filling that void, then you're obviously not doing this right, you know. If it's you're fully happy, you're happy where you're at, and you want to add on to that experience, then it's a healthy way of doing it. Everyone's honest, everybody's having a good time, and everyone's feelings are saved, because you're not feeling a void. You're just adding on to, you're just healed, and you're excited to share that healed version of yourself with others and share love and get it back.
And the next prompt is, polyamorous relationships face more trust issues than monogamous ones.
What is it? Trust issues? I say no, because polyamory really requires you to look at yourself. First of all, jealousy is it's natural, right? But when you're dealing with jealousy, just my take, when I was polyamorous, when I was monogamous, I couldn't really express my jealousy, because it's like, oh, I don't want to look insecure, or maybe I just have to be the good wife, I'm married, and this is a position that many of women desire to get to and can't, right? So because I'm in this position, I need to deal with my jealousy, I need to deal with my fear, I need to deal with the fact that all of this is happening. Whereas in polyamory, I get jealous, I'm able to sit down with my loving partner, and I'm like, hey, I'm feeling jealous about this. Are we able to work through this? Hey, I'm feeling insecure about something you did earlier. Can we walk through this journey together? Because one, it builds a stronger bond at the end of it. And then it also gives me a chance to really do the work. One thing that I realized, I was really stagnant with doing the work when I was monogamous, because I wasn't I didn't have anyone to work through me.
Wasn't reciprocated.
Yeah, they weren't working with me through the things I was going through. I was, oh, let me call my girlfriends and let me just vent, girl. I just got to vent instead of work through these things with my partner. Emotional intelligence ties into that, but also vulnerability that you tap into when you have a partner that holds space for that.
Like with me, I went into polyamory because I was in a very healthy, happy relationship with my husband of 10 years, but I also love women. And so when you're happy, you're doing life, but then there's a part of me that was missing. That female connection, that female touch is completely different than a man. And because me and my husband have had a very successful, awesome life together, and we're also BDSM educators and intimacy coaches, we've been exposed to a lot of healthy representations of these different dynamics, that it opened up the conversation of like, okay, well, I will never touch you like a woman. I'm never gonna be a woman, so let's venture into this, and I want you to be happy. I don't want you to ever miss, you know.
But
So
you
that's,
already were happy.
yes, but I still love women, and I was why, you know, why
Deny yourself?
deny myself
Are you
that
still
side.
with your husband then?
Yeah.
So in that
So I've been
sense,
married for 10 years, and I've
Okay.
been with her for 2 years.
Okay, so in a sense, do you feel, this is for all of you ladies, is it okay to want more things and just restrain from it? Just have restraint and say, I know I want this and this will make me even happier, but I'm just gonna choose not to.
If your partner's willing and you have that communication, you have your boundaries, why are you limiting yourself in this life? This life that we only live once. Why limit yourself to those emotions? Why shove that deep down when you know this part will bring me happiness, will bring me joy, will fulfill whatever I have in here that I haven't been able to do that. If your partner's saying, I got you, just be honest with me, just talk to me about it, let's work through it together, why would you do that?
If you're even saying that it was gonna make me happier, why hold back?
Also, can I say
Why deny yourself?
I practice restraint every day. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping with my roommates, which I've done before, and it has
That
not
part
ended
too.
well. Right?
And
I practice a lot of restraint.
That's a great point, because I think a lot of people see polyamory and they're like, oh, these people just sleep with each other. But that's not
Are
not
you all
even
sleeping
it.
together?
No. Well,
Not all of you? I do
Just
feel
right here.
like I don't have, for me, like in a monogamous relationship, it's very rare
Okay,
when I'm
is
jealous,
string
and he's like, we're
next
not
door?
jealous. There is no jealousy, like,
I love that for you.
because we're in a relationship, we're just together, and there's trust. So if you have trust, there's no jealous. It's very rare, super rare, and to be jealous for me. And
Have you ever been cheated on?
yeah, of course. But I just left, and that was the end of that. And I moved
But
on to
if
the
you
next
see it as
guy.
normalized, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Like, that
of
shouldn't
course.
be a
Yeah,
normal
because
thing.
when somebody cheats on you, that person
Is
is
unhealed.
not dealing with their own issues, and they're not really ready for a relationship. So you move on. But I've been very happy in my relationship, where it's faithful. We're both faithful. There's no, during the time we're together, there's no jealousy. There doesn't need to be no jealousy. There's trust, and it's a healthy relationship. So it's not necessary. I do feel that, so studies have been done in Stanford University and Harvard, and it shows that people in polygamy relations are having more stress, having more heart attacks, higher risk of heart attacks, more stress, more anxiety, and more jealousy. So that's actual
I
research.
wonder if I can put
So I
this
do feel personally that there is someone struggling even more so. Like, your decision
probably
was
not.
that you wanted to have a female experience. Somebody else, right? Because your husband wasn't. While he wants you to be happy, he may also internally also be, he's sharing you. So he may not feel the way you feel about it.
But we're very open about it.
Yeah,
And
but
there's jealousy on both sides.
Do you have an open marriage?
It can be. He doesn't choose to, but yes, it's open.
Also, can I just say, I
Open
do
for
not.
discussion. If he wants to go there, we can obviously talk about it. And that's us tapping into our and doing the work. And it's like, why am I gonna deny you?
These meals changed everything for me. I'll admit it, I was skeptical about ready-to-eat meals, but then I tried Factor, and after one bite, I was sold. Everything is fresh, flavorful, and honestly, just feels good to eat. You can tell these meals are made by real chefs. I love that they have meals that fit my needs, whether it's low carb, high protein, or Mediterranean. I don't have to think about what's for dinner anymore. It's all taken care of and it actually tastes amazing. Chef prepared meals delivered fresh. Try Factor. You might be surprised too.
I haven't done an exception in a long time.
It's the last call for clearance at La-Z-Boy. We're clearing everything out store-wide. Save up to 50% on closeouts, overstocks, floor samples, and your new favorite nap spots. All the comfiest
That's what you have
La-Z-Boy
to
furniture is all on sale during the last call for clearance. Save up to 50% with deals direct from...
You know? So then why stay married? I'm just curious.
Well, for me, I value marriage, and I'll be married to all my husbands and all my wives for the rest of my life, however many I'm afforded, because I value witnessing my partner's growth. I value witnessing you go through the changes of life. I value witnessing you grow, me contributing to your development spiritually, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. All of these deposits that I make into you, this is something that I
Don't feel
want
like
to
doing
witness
that.
and I want to be a part of. It's so freeing to be able to pull up to my partners and bust down on all of the emotions and be held. Right. I remember when I met a gentleman once, it was completely platonic, if that's what you want to go, Plato, right? But I cried with my current partner about him when he left, and he held space for me so beautifully. Just like I'm pausing and crying in the store, he's taking me out to eat. I'm just crying and crying, and he's like, "Come on, did you talk to him?" Like that was the thing for me. It's like, yeah, this is freedom. This is me being able to express that I miss him, I like him, I appreciate him. He contributed something positive to my journey that changed me forever, and I can't be dishonest with that. And thank you for seeing me still and still loving me to keep going on this journey. 13 years.
I feel like just because I'm married and I have a girlfriend doesn't mean that I'm half committed. I'm fully committed. So being married, it's completely, it's completely okay and still have a girlfriend.
I have a question along the lines of what you just mentioned. Sorry. So, how do breakups work in general? If one person wants to leave, how does the whole relationship end? How exactly do breakups work? Any of you can.
I don't believe in throwing humans away.
Well, breakups do happen.
Yeah, but
so how do they
work
happen?
through that?
I think it's a communication piece too, right? Because it's such a broad spectrum. Because there's different types of polyamory. There's different types of your triads. You've got their V shape. So you've got it to where like she might have a partner that, or like for instance, her husband. I'm a lesbian. I don't have sex with him, right? But I love him. I respect him. I give him everything in the world. I love him. I'd give him the shirt off my back if it would fit, But I think that every dynamic is a little different. It's just that communication piece. It could be, well, this kind of went to the shitter and this person's no longer in our lives, or it could be, let's have a conversation about it. These are how do we handle conflict resolution? Like, what is the cause
Hopefully
of
not
said
over a
breakup?
text.
You know what I mean? Definitely not over a text. We're grown. We're gonna communicate.
So you said
that
you
kind
don't.
of stuff.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
So you said you don't believe in throwing humans away. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's true. Anyone I've ever loved, I'll always love.
So you still with your ex-husband?
Yes, we're still married. I'm still legally married. We're just.
You're still married.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So is your husband the husband you have now, right? You're married.
Yes.
So you said that you were married, but you were still in love. You kind of had this thing for your for your friend, a friend that you had, a guy.
I don't think I had the thing. I just I received the thing.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry. The energy. Yeah. The
Yeah.
energy. You want. Yeah. So you desire this relationship with your friend.
Yes.
So then, did you at that point? Did your husband at that point become more like your best friend, non-sexual relationship, and then now your friend was more like the intimacy, sexual relationship? It kind of like diverted.
That's a good question. No, I wouldn't say so. I'm spiritual, so I did our natal charts and to bust things down. Like me and my husband are twin souls, so we're the exact same person. So when we were both trying to pull up and be monogamous, both of us were living inauthentic. So when I opened the door, like, hey, let's just be open, and you approach the women you enjoy, I'll approach the women I enjoy. I'm sorry, men and women. We can have a unified relationship. So no, I never had sex with that person, that partner. He's still a friend of mine, but it just made him feel uncomfortable that he was someone that had eyes for me when he was so glued to monogamy. And I'm opening the door for another way of living that still gets total commitment from me, total loyalty. total everything. It just, I'm going to be honest.
So are you being intimate with your husband still?
Yeah,
So you're
occasionally.
just not being intimate with your friend?
No, not that friend, because he's a friend, not a partner per se,
Oh,
because
okay.
he's
So
monogamous. My
you
friend is
consider
monogamous.
yourself polygamous in the sense that you have friendships with males, but you're not being intimate with them. However, you're only intimate with your husband.
No, it's a choice for me. I can be intimate with whoever I choose to be intimate with. It's a choice.
Also, real quick, there's a big difference between polyamory and polygamy. Polygamy, everybody's married. Polyamory, you're not married. So there's just a difference in the
I was just trying to
communication. It's
figure out
okay.
if you're having like if you have multiple relationships with because you're saying you're married, but you're having I guess you could wear the poly in it, but you're saying when you say poly for you specifically, it's spiritual.
So I practice open relating in the sense where, yeah, I figure out why each individual has come into my life and what contribution they have so that I can better show up in that dynamic and figure out what my contribution is to them as well as receive their contribution wholly. If you try to make a heart choice, a womb choice, you're gonna lose the lesson, the experience. God shows you God through other God beings. And so sometimes we miss out on that. This is if you go Bible, right? You guys come together and through that certain things unlock for you when you're partnered versus when you're single. And most people have been single. When you're single, you don't get the same things, right? When you come together with somebody, you guys actually do the work together, and that like amplifies your journey. So,
So kind of what you're describing to me sounds like friendships.
well, they're intimate. They're all intimate, and intimacy is not sexual. You know, intimacy is vulnerability. It's a lot of different things. It could be sexual, and I'm not saying I limit myself by just my husband I have sex with, you know, because that's not reality. But all my relationships are sustainable, they're ethical, and they're long lasting, upwards of.
These were too weirdly shaped or odd to make the cut in a regular pack of bacon, but bacon is bacon, maybe.
When bacon's cut down to uniform strips,
The shortest is 3 years. And there's total commitment there. And so we can call them friends because we started off as friends. I don't, to your, you know, I'm not kissing and sleeping with people randomly. Just, you know, I carry myself with a little more than that. But once we start unpacking and unfolding, and I see where you are on your journey, we can contribute to each other's journey, and that's kind of what that is.
In this world, this realm that you call it, it feels confusing, like listening to you ladies. It sounds confusing. But do you feel that there's emotional confusion because you're inviting so much, so many people, as you're saying, so many souls, so much into your spirit? Um, do you feel a lot more tension and confusion and all of that living this way?
I was more confused before when I was trying to be monogamous, honestly, and trying to navigate. I was trying to navigate these relationships. I'm like, okay, this is the one. He's my soulmate. Like, it was always like, are you my soulmate? Are you my soulmate? I found my soulmate, you know. So yeah, I was really looking for it, and I feel like I tried really hard. And I did study Kabbalah for 2 years, and I was praying to meet my soulmate.
What the
Right,
hell
and
is
then
error inception?
there's, you know, in Kabbalah also they taught us that a woman's purpose is to direct a man's energy where to go. So, and if you don't have that, yeah, and if you don't have that in your life, you're not completely living your purpose. I'm like, okay, I need to live my purpose. But then I was conflicted because
So
I
who's that?
never really wanted to have kids. I'm a teacher, so I have lots of kids in my life. I'm happy on the kid front, right? I don't need kids. But they were also telling me that that was also part of my purpose. So I felt like that was confusing, trying to justify my own desires to fit this mold that I'd been told that this is the way. You know, now I feel freedom. It's way less confusing. I don't have to ask anyone or depend on anyone except for me.
But you
know,
also don't have the vulnerable piece because you said you're single. So you don't have that space within you to even be open for that, like.
I'm not into, I mean, I have partners, regular partners in my life, you know, we're just not exclusive. There's no like real, I mean, I guess I call them my partners, but, you know, we're dating, but I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be like, this is my boyfriend, you know what I mean? Or this is my girlfriend. Like, um, I don't know, it's just way less pressure. I just enjoy being able to have experiences with these people. I'd be very sad if they stopped wanting to hang out with me. It would definitely break my heart. I'd cry.
it seems like you've changed, not so much like that the label has afforded you it. Do you think that like all monogamous people
Oh,
are
it's
just trying to
not
get married and find the soulmate always? And...
Well, you know, like Facebook, right? When Facebook first came out and you had your Facebook status of like single, right? And if a guy
you seem
said,
complicated.
yeah, like, yeah, right, or that, but if a guy wouldn't say that they were your partner on Facebook, it hurt really bad. And I was like, I'm not gonna go out with any person that refuses to acknowledge our relationship. I'm not gonna be a secret. And now I'm kind of like, whatever.
So just real quick, I would say the best way to, for people who aren't polyamorous, it's kind of hard for you to get into our headspace and be like, that's understanding. For me, to explain, I would say your radio stations, right? You have your favorite, I'm dating myself, you guys were all probably around the same age, dating yourselves. When you had your favorite radio station programmed, you knew which ones to go to, this is gonna be a banger, but I also love this station. It just, I love this music just as much as I love this music. It doesn't mean that you love one more than the other, you just love them a little differently. Like my relationship with rock and my relationship with R&B are two different relationships, and I love them completely different. How I jam out to them are completely different. How I receive them and how I express them are really different. It's the same as your different relationships in polyamory. That's kind of like a way to wrap your head around it. When you're not in it, it's hard to say, oh, I can understand that when you really can't. So maybe you listen to more music.
It's vice versa. There's unhealed people everywhere.
Polyamory keeps physical intimacy more exciting than monogamy.
Oh.
Okay. You're not sure? Pick
one. I agree with both.
Well, pick one.
Yeah, I know.
I know you don't.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of, but if I had to level down, it's no.
So I am 38 years young, Indian American female. I have never had intercourse. So, and that's a more complicated, in-depth thing, but I just want to, on the surface, just say, from my life, in my humble opinion, individuals of any culture who practice promiscuity, I think it's just gross. Like, just bodily fluids being exchanged, emotions being hurt, STDs, STIs, UTIs. I think it's just gross. And I just, to your point, like, it's hard for us to understand you, and it's hard for you guys to understand us. And neither is right nor wrong, it's just different.
Okay, yeah, I could agree. Like, I think, like, for me, I don't even eat after someone who's double dipping. I don't even drink after people, so that's how I feel things. But also, I feel like, well, I wanted to know, do you feel if you did have a safe relationship that you would probably be monogamous? Like,
oh shit.
Like I said, it depends on the person. I just have not, I tried to meet that person for my entire life, and I have found that it does not exist. It's a myth.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another cent on Amazon until you see this simple savings hack. I'll show you how to uncover deals you never even knew existed, all while shopping at the same major retailers you already...
I think the Prince Charming myth of you're going to find the perfect husband that'll meet all your needs and be understanding for everything, it's just impossible. You're asking for way too much of one person, and it just isn't real. Like, we believe this thing because we've been told this thing exists, but it's not real. It's not real.
When I hear you, though, it makes me really sad because, like you said, that it sounds to me like you desire a monogamous relationship, you just haven't found one, and then you just compromising and just like, let me just date whoever I can. And then also you even said, the people that I'm dating, I hope they don't stop talking to me. Meaning, like, you desire that kind of commitment. You want a like, you do want, because if they leave, you're gonna be sad. So you're wanting that commitment from them, but then at the same time, you're not really in a monogamous relationship with them. So they will probably.
That happens in monogamy too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, she's saying, like, she has all these relationships, but then she wants to continue keeping them. But
You're not entirely wrong. I just feel like I changed. My beliefs and what I want completely changed because I just accepted reality.
yeah, you accepted the fact that you're probably not gonna find that one person that's gonna commit to you, so you decided to just be open about it.
And with your partners, with people, like, we never know when anything's gonna happen, right? Someone could die the next day. It's the same thing. It's just, I love these people. I don't want to see them go
So my
away.
question is, if you did find someone that wants to commit to you and wants to be with you monogamously and is like falls over heels with you, would you then become monogamous?
Well, I thought I found that person, but they were so jealous, it made me, that's actually was my final push. When I was in that jealous relationship and this guy would fall apart anytime.
But if it's somebody that's not jealous, and are you open to that?
Again, you're talking about this magical Prince Charming person that doesn't exist.
So I have owned my own play club for the last 3 years, and
What's a play club?
You go in there and you have sex. You can have sex. You practice BDSM. I'm a BDSM educator and entertainer, and I also coach people in intimacy and all that stuff. So it's a club where adults come in and you come with your partner. No matter if you're practicing monogamy or polyamory, you can come in there and explore by yourself with a group or whatever you choose yourself. It's whatever you're okay with and whatever you're going in there to do. You don't have to be polyamory to be in a public space to have sex with your partner or to learn sexuality. And so I just want, the reason why I couldn't, because I have seen polyamory groups come in, monogamy, like sorry, monogamous couples come in and explore, have amazing, awesome, crazy sex. I've seen it all up and down, and I don't think that you need to, it doesn't matter if you're with one person or with 2 or 3 or 5.
I want to piggyback off of that, you know? I think that it's your partner, that you and your partner's connection that brings that excitement, and less about how many partners to have that excitement. Because I've had, like, even in polyamory, you can practice conscious monogamy, which means, like, for instance, we're in a V-shaped polydynamic. Me and her husband don't have sex, her and I do, and she's the V anchor between us both, right? So, even in that sense, I date her. I don't have 5, 6, 7 other girlfriends currently, or anything like that. Now, I think that it's a big misconception that you have all these partners and that you're having sex with all these people, you know, and that you need all that to have that excitement. I was married before. I had my ex-wife 15 years before that. You know what I mean? I think that when you're emotionally connected to and spiritually connected to an individual, intimacy is just going to blossom beautifully, regardless if you're polyamorous or monogamous. It's that specific partner.
Yeah, maybe you become more free to explore.
Yes.
I think I might have to only use throws for
STDs or anything ever become like a concern?
Like everywhere, all the time, every day, always.
Yeah, you just have to throw.
Yes, obviously, if you're going into a public place that is, you know, giving you the space to be free and explore and have sex, it's your choice. If you know, to check, to have, that's just because you're polyamory doesn't mean we're being careless about who's entering our body or how we swapping fluids and stuff, and even like everybody should be checking and protecting themselves.
It's important
Even in public spaces, you can still be protected and not catch anything. You just gotta obviously be grown and mature and healed.
On this side, ladies, question. How do you think long-term monogamous couples keep intimacy alive?
Struggling to lose weight? This is why I switched to compounded GLP-1.
I have struggled with my weight since childhood. Diet and exercise was extremely difficult, leaving me sore and sliding backwards. I've lost a total of 20 pounds so far.
After 3 months, I've lost about 16, 17 pounds, which is more weight than I've been able to lose in a really long time. It's made me feel a lot more confident.
I'm a mom of 3 who works full-time, and the extra weight was just not going away. If you are wanting to start your journey towards a healthier you, I can't recommend hers enough.
Weight loss by her.
I believe there's a strong ethical, intellectual, and emotional connection that has served as a foundation. That's what enables that relationship to continue for a long time.
Well, not continue. I'm talking about keeping it exciting. That's specifically what I'm talking about.
No.
That's because, and I'm contrasting it to the ladies on this side because someone would say this is more fun. So how do you keep that fun in a monogamous
I feel
relationship?
like everybody's different. So like everybody's love language is different, right? It could be in different ways. It could be verbally, it could be cuddling, it could be just so many different ways. But to keep it going, it's always, I feel like dates are really important. When you're with somebody for a long time, to always continue dating and treating each other like you just like you're just getting to know each other, even though you already know each other. But I think dating it's important to take each other out on dates, go out, and then come back home, give each other kisses and so forth. But I feel like that's one of the best ways to keep it going is going on a date every weekend or every, every so often.
I would hope that you don't even have to like leave your home. It's not about having to go on dates.
No, yeah, because you could do it at home.
But I think also, they say it's like you always have to be choosing each other.
You need
And
to
even what you spoke
specify
about,
a
like
custom
the depth of communication that you have with your partner and that you've experienced in polyamorous relationships, I think having that in monogamy and really being present for each other and constantly curious. And for me, it's more about emotional connection. So offering that sort of support, I think that breeds a lot of intimacy that's ongoing. So it's like always wanting to go deeper with someone and to remember that even though you're together, you have to constantly be knowing them better, So I think to me, like love is a series of conversations. So I think the more that you talk,
How does it
the
get
more
caught? Two-handed?
passion and intimacy.
I also would say like your mental has to be good, like even within yourself. I feel like if you are
It
still
doesn't
mentally healthy, you're going to be
automatically.
your best self for your partner. And I always believe like never lose your inner child. And so I feel that with, your partner as well, you never want to lose that. Keep pursuing, keep being creative in date nights and even at home, let's cook together. Because even if you have kids, your kids are going to leave you, so it's still just going to be you two. So you got to keep that spark alive. But I feel like as long as you still are doing good with, making sure you're good mentally, mental health is, so important. I feel like if you're your best self, you're going to be your best self for your partner as well.
Thank you. And to contrast that on this side, can having multiple partners actually make intimacy feel less special or meaningful? And even in your situation, you're not sleeping with her husband, but she is. So does it make intimacy feel less special or less meaningful knowing that it's not that sacred relationship between only two people?
I feel like your question, it's almost like you need to flip it on its head and make it a turn on. So it's like, for an example, if I'm feeling a little bit jealous about one of my partners because I know there's something has just happened, it's interesting how you can flip that jealousy on its head and actually make it something that you're like, well, I have him now. He's mine now.
Very possessive, though.
And it's, I don't know, I find it to be hot at times.
Fun and hot.
Yeah.
So you flip it over.
Sounds like a kink.
Yeah.
Do you get jealous when she's with her husband? I mean, 'cause sometimes
I'm
I feel
Latina. I get jealous a lot over different things. That's just not one of them. I'm just being honest.
Other
Even
things.
when we met, actually, I was married too with my ex-wife as well. And so when we first got together, it's a lot simpler with all parties involved, knowing that okay, I have a partner I'm going home to, you have a partner you're going home to. So it's a different dynamic versus when it's a partner. And then we split our own ways for, other infidelities and that kind of stuff we won't get into. And I think that it's all about communication. You know what I mean? I think being a lesbian, not around men, it was something I had to learn through. And also like living. We live together full time. We live life together full time. Those dates we do every Tuesday. The three of us go out all together. And we specifically save Tuesdays to spend time together, to be intentional, and to also generate that. So even though me and him, we're not compatible in a traditional sexual aspect,
So this is
so many
your.
other ways we
I don't
are, and
want. I
we
don't
share
want
our
to cook this
intimacy in a little
way.
different way. So I wouldn't even say that the right word is jealousy. I would say I've adapted as an individual to grow and be like, okay, this is how I can show love, express love. This is how I'm willing to accept and receive love. And he knows that my sign is do not enter. And we can do all kinds of things in different capacities. And even then, like he gives us the space to have our own time. We give each other spaces to have our own time if we need that. Outside of that, we typically do life together.
She's getting all the love, huh?
She is.
Yeah, that sounds like she's feeling she has.
The next prompt is,
Try
children are better raised in
and
monogamous households.
is if alligator.
These easy balanced meals kick takeout to the curb. Factor helped me take control over what I'm eating and spending on takeout. I easily dropped $40 on delivery fees a week. You don't even want to know how much the totals were. It's embarrassing. Factor cost me way less. I'm not just talking about money. I'm saving time and energy and eating tasty dishes that energize me. These chef-made meals heat up in 2 minutes and they're dietitian approved. I'm eating flavorful dinners now that fuel me up, cost less than takeout, and make my life so easy. Get started today.
Give big, save big at Nordstrom Rack.
Ooh, big gift energy.
The biggest gifts and the big.
Okay,
My parents
so
were
we
monogamous and they were
just
terrible.
keep
The
it
reason why I'm saying yes is
like this.
because while in polygamous relationships, they have like they basically the mother can go and then the child can have a babysitter, a second mom, or a second dad, or whatever, which is great. But the reason why I'm choosing monogamy is because
Got it. Yeah,
there's
that's what I
also like
want.
breakups, and that could happen in any relationship. However, I feel like it's
That's what
harder on them, especially after watching like Sister Wives and they all broke up. It is really hard, and you know there was a situation that occurred with one of the sons because he couldn't handle. It was just like a lot of. I just seeing everything go down. I just feel like I do feel that monogamy is best. You have your dad, your mom. It's straight. Maybe some people don't even have a dad or a mom, but I do feel monogamous relationships the best.
50% of all marriages end in divorce.
I do agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Even then, they
that trauma.
It's so traumatizing.
And there's also a website for married men that are seeking arrangements outside of marriage. So
I've heard
and
of
it's
that
about
too.
billions of
I
married
think in having a child, see that I'm a mother. My daughter's 9 years old. When my ex-wife and I separated, she was 7. So she's seen our inception. She's seen it all, even down to like, if does anybody here have kids or anything like that, or
So
even have
if I do
4
number
children
5.
of whatever. When you're dealing with that, take a spot. Even talking to my daughter, like I told her, I was like, baby, I'm so sorry that you have to go back and forth between one house and another. You were raised in one house. You were everything traditional, and even then, like even if
Number 5.
it doesn't matter. When we split, I told her, I was like, I'm sorry to go back and forth. My 7-year-old said, Mom, everything is as it has to be. Like, I just want you happy. I just want life to be happy. 7, nothing pre in her head, nothing. None of that. It helps them to show A, commitment, B, communication, and C, that you will be okay after this breakup or whatever happens. I think that in movies, we see a lot of unions. We don't see a lot of the aftermath, right? Us as humans, how do we grow when we're no longer with this person? Who we are when we're no longer with this person? The journey that we dive into here, that what do I need to heal inside here before even thinking about another person? I think your children see that. They're able to do better communication-wise. Not only that, I think it's also different on the type of polyamory that you are, right? If you have 10 partners and you're introducing your children to 10 partners, that's different. I'm not judging anybody. It all depends on the level of that commitment, right? No one, just like when you guys are dating, when you have kids, you're not going to introduce your kids to their first date with your man, right? It's going to be later when this is serious. You're going to be in my life. It's the same over here. It's later when it's serious. Then okay, I'm going to introduce her. Like we went to Universal as the first day with my daughter. Like, I think it's all about having that open communication. I want my daughter to come to me. I don't want her to feel shame about anything. I'll talk to her on the phone. What are some boys that you're looking at right now at school? I love Carlos, but AB likes me and la 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 la. I'm like, well, how is that letter in your class? Are you having A, B, C? That's what I print it back to that, whatever the case may be. But I think it's just they can see communication and they can also see different types of relationships. All growing up, none of us here has ever watched a Disney movie where there was more than one partner or anything of that aspect.
So who else here has children?
I do.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about how, and you do too, explain a little bit about how you would explain a polyamorous relationship to your child and just along the lines of what we're sharing?
Yes, so I actually have a 17-year-old daughter. So she's very much, Mom, tell me what's going on here. And so for her, I have expressed that it's really a journey of me meeting myself through other individuals and giving them an opportunity to show me more of myself. I'm very village-minded. I'm very community-oriented. And I love the fact that my children have different women, sisters of mine, different men, masculine. My son, he's 6 next month. I love that they have different masculine energies that contribute to their nourishment, their mind, their spiritual development, sports, some things your daughters can't have conversations with you about. Although I'm very open, my daughter came out when she was 13 and like, oh God, I've been hiding it from my dad forever. I'm so glad I could tell you. And I'm like, yeah, be who you are, but there's also some conversations that she won't share with me. So it's good that I have sisters that are like, hey, it's our time. Let's go out and hang out. And then they'll tell me a little bit, not too much, but if Lauren catches that, not too much.
When you say sisters, you're talking about
women that are my partners. So I have 3 masculine partners and 2 feminine partners. And 2 are out of state. We're spread out a little bit, but we still make time for each other.
So how do you explain that to, I don't know at what point you started these relationships. You said she's 17, but your son is 6. So how do you explain your lifestyle to your children? How do you explain that to them?
Yeah, it's just, hey, I'm journeying. I'm meeting different versions of myself, and I explain the spiritual component because I'm very, very spiritually inclined, and I love that my children, they can blend human relating with also spiritual relating, and why the connections are much deeper than just the physical attraction. So it's just.
And how did your son receive that when obviously we know in society it's only one partner. That's all they see, their friends. I mean, this is so different than what they know. So how did he receive that, and or are there conversations about that from
Well,
someone?
he's
I know he's
6.
really young.
Yeah, but he's also very smart. He's a star seed, so he's really like, mom. But the thing is, he loves it. My son's father is not active in his life in the sense that I would want him to be, but Michael is the sports dad, without saying everybody's name. Brandon is the other dad. He provides different elements that give my son a well-rounded, he gets to have conversations. My father's active in his life, so he gets to contribute. He gets the chance to grow through different loving encounters and loving experiences that one teach. He's a melanated brother, so one, in my community, we're taught to be against each other. We're taught that, if I'm a brother and I'm melanated, I'm against you and you're not on my team. So what I'm raising is culturally aware children, where my children are, hey, your sister's not your enemy, and your brother, your skin brother, not skin brother, they're not your enemies either. So you can learn from each other. So it's a little bit different, creating this new paradigm with my children. And I'm still learning. I'm still learning and exploring these things, but they take to it. They ask a lot of questions. I'm very open with it, and my son loves it. He loves his.
So I don't have children of my own, but I am very close with my sister and her kids. I'm the godmother of her kids, and her youngest, she's 8, and I'm very out loud with my life. It's love, and whatever I'm showing my 8-year-old, we're loving humans, coexisting. So she noticed that I have a girlfriend. She loves Tio. Tio is like her world, and she finally answered. I mean, she asked about, is Daphne? Actually, the way she asked, she became very close to her daughter. They're the same age, and they became like best friends. And all of a sudden, like the way her brain like processed this, she came up to me. She goes, "Titi, does this mean that? Can I say her name? Does this mean that Layla is my cousin?" And like in her own brain, she kind of like did this whole math, and I was just kind of like, "Mommy, yes, you're correct." And we kind of just left it there. Then a month passed. She came back home and she was like, "Titi, my friends think it's weird that you have a husband and a girlfriend." And I was like, "Oh, here I am." So I was like, "Well, mommy, the way I'm an educator, and I don't believe in like educating. I feel like it's the best rather than hiding, and I'm not doing anything wrong." So the way I said it, I was like, "Well, mommy, love is love, and it's not for everybody. If mommy and daddy is enough, that's awesome. And if there's more than one person to a couple, that's also okay. But it doesn't mean that it's okay for everybody." And then I just kind of explained it as love is love. And she was like, "Okay, Titi." And she loves her. Everybody, it's.
Thank
My
you.
daughter calls her Mamacita, me Mama, and my ex-wife Mommy, and it
So
works
she has
out.
mommy, mama, and mamacita.
Thank you.
And I'm a high school teacher, so I've talked to students as well about polyamory. When they've asked me, "Are you married?" My students always ask that right away.
Are you allowed
married?
to share that?
And well, I don't share obviously intimate sexual things with my students because I'd be fired. But what I do say is, society tells you that you're supposed to be with one person and get married and have kids, and I just want to let you know you don't need to do that. And I've chosen not to do that with myself, and I'm really happy right now. I know you guys might think that I'm like dark and sad, but I'm actually a pretty happy person.
I agree. I actually agree with you on 2 points. Like when I was growing up, I was born and raised in America. My parents are from India. And in the New Jersey public school system, I addressed my teachers as Mr., Ms., or Mrs., right? So to your point, yeah, society does tell us it's usually get married and have kids. But then on the second point you mentioned earlier, care to have kids and whatnot. I'm actually the same. And as an Indian American millennial, and I make light of it. I say that I don't have a biological clock. I have a beautiful watch, though.
Thank you. The next prompt is emotional intimacy is stronger in monogamous relationships.
What's wrong with these burger buns?
Okay.
They taste perfectly delicious, but due to a production mishap, their bottoms are slightly curved instead of flat. Traditional grocery stores wouldn't sell these in perfect brioche buns, but Misfits Market can. Unlike traditional grocery.
Okay, so we can talk about it.
Yeah, for me personally, I am very territorial. And so I would only just want to be with that person. It's going to be my husband, of course. Right now, I'm not dating. I am in a season of dating myself. But I feel like, yeah, I would need to just be with that. It's stronger one person. You don't have to worry about soul ties. You're not worrying about if someone has an STD or anything like that. That's just for me personally.
Emotional for me with one person it takes a lot of energy. I feel like to have
Why?
to
It's
spread
not
yourself
all the way.
everywhere. I do have a lot of friends. I do have a lot of best friends, family, sister, everybody. I have a lot of friends that I also express myself with. But however, when it comes down to it, it's my
This
partner who's my best
constructor,
friend who
okay.
I can pour myself out to. And it's wonderful. There's no judgment, and it's just a beautiful relationship.
Quality over quantity.
Yeah.
I guess we have to acknowledge that we don't know what we don't know. Even hearing other people's things, we don't know. We're listening, but I haven't experienced it, so I can't say for sure. I think I just aspire to really build a relationship with one person and that be like the emotional backbone to everything, while also still opening up to strangers and people that I meet and not reserving my love or my candor for one partner that I'm with. But I think that sometimes in polyamorous relationships, it feels like you're kind of splitting off to other people, and I feel a little bit more potent.
I would like to speak on here. I think the beautiful part of the different types of polyamory that there is, like specifically with us, a triad, V-shape, whatever the case may be, the three of us, there's always someone to mediate. So let's say her and I, whatever, we're not conflict resolution the way that we should. That third person can come and mediate and knows us to a whole level. It's like, well, I know this about you, and this is coming from this aspect actually instead of this. And having that third person has actually helped increase our emotional intimacy. The three of us, you can hire people, but
Just
do they
too
know
many
you
people.
in and out, live with you, see your patterns, know your unhealed parts of yourself. So, you know what I mean? They know a different level of you that you can hold back to your therapist. You can't hold back your patterns that's visible. You can't hold back your unhealed self that happens to come out, but you can control what you say to your therapist. So when you have someone that you don't even realize pay that much attention, and then you hear you're at conflict resolution, they're like, actually, can I help you guys with this? Let's, you know, da-da-da-da, and we can do it. We call it the hot seat. Hey, we're gonna need to call out the hot seat, and we're gonna talk to each other about it. And we have those uncomfortable conversations, but really what it is, it's bringing us together, because now we're also addressing the vulnerabilities within each other as well, and saying, I see you, I know where this is coming from, this is how we're gonna heal from it, and we're gonna be fine just together, being able to talk about it unfilteredly.
I think and that's important what you mentioned. I think what she's also saying though is that if you're talking to this man for, let's talk about science, let's talk about my womb, let's talk about sex, like this person is for different things, then it's like you're splitting some of your emotional depth.
I can understand
with
that.
different
Children.
people.
I have 2 children. I don't love one more than I love the other. You know, I split myself between the 2 of them, and it's natural to me, and I do it with grace and ease. I'm a master's student now. I do that. I run a business. I'm an author. I do all these things with ease, so I'm already splitting and dividing myself. But it's nature to balance it.
But you're a master's student, so you're in school, but in school you're not talking about your sex life. You're talking about academics. So it's different in a sense that when you have one partner, you're sharing everything with that person, all aspects of you. We're all different in different.
In polyamory, each relationship is different.
It's so different.
They're not coded. They're not the same.
The point. That's the question.
That's like the umbrella. Polyamory is the umbrella,
Right.
and then there's different. As
Like
you
us, we
touched on.
do life together, so we do see each other. We don't split with other people. It's us three. You know,
right,
so we're
but
doing.
she may have. Let's say she had something happen to her during her day that really bothered her, and she shares it with her husband, but she doesn't share it with you. She does not have to. She does not have to. her husband will be getting a piece of her that you did not get.
The
Do you see what I'm
base
saying?
Yeah,
class
So
she
that's so that's
FaceTimes both of us at the same time. That's how it's like literally.
well, that's
But
your
she,
relationship.
but yeah, it's true. That's part
Then
of
if
the
she
boundaries
didn't,
and
then she's
communications
an
too.
unhealed person. Like it's on both sides. They both work. They both can be beautiful, and it just depends on like how much trauma do you have and how much self work have you done for you to carry on a healthy relationship.
I just feel like you gotta be a mentally strong person, because I would be like, wait, what you mean you didn't tell me what happened today? Like,
But that's the thing.
yeah.
That doesn't happen. Was she that scenario in this case? No. I
We hold it. We every night we
Oh,
have sacred circle and our stuff about our day. We talk about
But
it with
sometimes
each
I
other.
like listening to you guys. I feel like you would absolutely collapse, actually, if you found out that something was shared.
Yeah, that's sad. But that
But I
doesn't
feel
happen
like there's
here.
a level of what I'm hearing is like control to try to mitigate things that would really hurt you, rather than being like, God, if this one person hurt me, I'd be left on my own to figure it out, and I'd have to draw from within, not from my other partner that's gonna pick me up in the aisle and be like, I've got you. It's like I have to be picked up by a higher source that's invisible, not another person.
I
Same with
think that even
therapy,
entering
right?
into polyamory, even getting into that, you have to be a certain level of healed internally to even venture into it. It's not for the weak. It's not easy whatsoever. Jealousy is a real thing. You know what I mean? Having these, being able to communicate, you have to have very high emotional intelligence, a high level of communication, and also being able to express your boundaries and say, this is what I'm okay with, this is not what I'm okay with. And before even getting into it,
So some people might think that you're actually not healed
they're gonna
if you're in a
they're gonna
relationship like
suffer.
that.
You're gonna learn the hard way.
I was going to say on the flip side that people do have boundaries. Boundaries is the word, right? We all have boundaries in
okay.
monogamous
Now
and
we can
polyamorous
get to this
relationships. And sometimes our
catch
partner's
the
boundaries, they don't want to
exceptions.
hear that
This
thing that
one
went bad in your day.
we
That's
want
a
to
boundary for them.
catch.
They don't want to be the savior every single time you're going through something. So that's why you have other people you can do that
You
with.
could have yourself.
I call it like a
You don't need other
container.
people.
In relating and what I teach and coach is it's a container. So when you come home, you have a vent, you're aware of if it's your higher self speaking, your inner child, your ego, your animal side, what's speaking. So you introduce that nature and you say, hey, I have a vent. Or you ask your person. One of the reasons why my relationships are so good, I've been proposed to so many times, girl. They're married, just all of these things, and the reason being is because I ask for permission to drop my crap off on you. Hey, are you in a space to hear this vent? If you say no, then to your point, I have to be a big girl. I'm going to the higher self. I'm getting these downloads on how to heal myself. That takes me back into my work. Or I can go lean into a partner, or I can pay for a therapist. I have so many options, but I love going within. I love going deeper because like the seed, as I go deeper, I'm able to root and then come
What
back
time is
up
it?
with
Oh,
new
5:19.
discovery. Hey, while I was down in that,
We
I discovered something. Here's what I want to bring back to you. And maybe he just got off work, and as soon as they come in, no, 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 no. You don't even ask him if he's ready to
had protein
take your
bars
crap.
earlier.
If it's a safe space. And now he has to come in and bear all his stuff and then bear all your stuff.
But
And
you
that
might
is
going to go have a
encroaching,
couple.
it's
The
unfair, and it's imbalanced. So
muscle.
women, we love to
Okay.
vent and talk. So I always tell my girls, like, get you some girls if you just have to talk to somebody, because if your partner doesn't want to hold space for that in that container and they say no, yeah, you might feel shame, you might feel hurt, you might feel some type of something, but go in. Figure out why you need to be so hurt by somebody right now, or get you some additional soundboards.
In your situation that you shared, you have a lot of different partners. How do you have time to meet all of these people's needs, or the ones that you're willing to meet? Take care of your children, take care of yourself, go to school. It's a lot of work to be able to commit, even if you're committing to 5 people. How do you have time for all of these things?
So today's the day I
You
bought
don't.
my RTA
You
mock
end up
system
neglecting.
and
It's very
Coyote
selfish being a
appliances.
pull-up.
And they did tell me it was
They
only going
see
to take
it
a few
as
minutes. And
not
I got to say,
selfish. No,
they
it's
were
very
right.
selfish to be in a relationship.
Well, being a woman is a lot of work in general.
It is.
And
You're
then
gonna end up neglecting
um,
someone and
well,
hurting
for
people,
me, the good thing about it
and
is all of my
even if
partners were
that's never
whole
your
selves.
intent.
So we're not needing each other to
Fortunately,
complete
that's
the
just
other
what will
part
happen.
of our journey. We appreciate each other
Okay,
and we're enjoying each
that's
other, and we all
it.
love our space. The universe heard my prayer, because I'm like, I have a nesting partner, but I have my own room. And I value that, because when I want to share space or I want to take in your energy, I want to be able to do that. I want to go out if I want to go out, but I like
What we all appreciate is space. When we commune, it's like we never stop talking. When we connect, when I fly out, I just came back from Atlanta for a month with one of my partners there. When we do these intentional, they're very intentional engagements. And when we take our space away, it's because we're doing our internal, spiritual, mental, emotional work, and we're also engaging with other partners, and we're getting on with life. Because we get caught in this idea that relationships in this planet, relationships are just for love and sex and babies and marriage and all these things. And we're all here to evolve, to spiritually grow, to ascend. And that's the purpose of relationships. So my relationships challenged the abandonment issues that I used to have, you know, the wounds that I used to have about being rejected and all those things, and draw me back to myself, which empowers me to essentially show up as powerful as I do in the communities that I'm placed.
The only comment I wanted to make was that one of the beautiful things about monogamy is the freedom to not have to worry
Is it
about a
zero?
third
Oh
person
shit.
thoughts or like how they're gonna feel about what I'm gonna say to my partner, because like let's say that something had occurred, I don't have to wait for a FaceTime or like to have both of them there together or speak. I can just freely speak to that partner and not have to worry to hurt like somebody else's feelings that I went to this person, not to that person. And it's just more freedom, I feel like, in general.
And the next prompt is, marriage should be allowed to exist between more than two people.
I'm saying no, it should not. It should be two people.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying that I want that, but I'm just saying that, you know, what is it called? Like, I just want to let people be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there with a lot of the questions, it's like, okay, I don't want that, but other people can.
Right.
You know, do I
That's why
want
a
it
lot
to
of them are
become
like-
more and more prevalent? I'm not so sure. But I think that if that's what seems like it's working for someone and that's what they want for themselves, I'm not gonna sit around and be like, don't do that. I'm not afraid of it.
Okay, now we
Not
get
that I
to
don't
go
want it.
to.
I haven't found that I want that. But if someone else seems to need that,
Oh wait.
I just don't feel like I'm really that motivated to change people's minds.
Yeah, I think it was more so geared towards our own personal feelings, like what we want for our own lives. Like for me, I'm like, oh yeah, no, it just needs to be me and my husband. But for you guys, it's like, I'm not gonna be like, no, they should be shunned or anything. You know, it's like people should live how they want to live.
I believe marriage is a religious and cultural concept which was created generations ago.
Right.
Times have
Created.
changed.
It's not our nature.
Created. You
Right,
said it
times
right.
have changed, and
That's
it was
not your
established
nature.
centuries, generations ago, and so things have changed. Times have changed.
But
back then they didn't know about, or I like even for me, I'm in my mid to late 30s now. Like me growing up in the 90s, I didn't know what LGBTQT or anything was.
Only a dumb person would think that gay people never existed until the 21st century. You're wearing Hindu freaking dress up, and you want to sit here and talk about, well, things have changed. It's been a long time ago, a long time ago. You're literally look at what you're wearing. You're wearing something that is tied to your religion, your culture that has been around forever. Like woman, like wow. I just because something is old doesn't mean it isn't wise or doesn't or didn't get a few things right, and that or that maybe since it's so old we should just be done with it because if only a dumb person, I wouldn't say a dumb, but a person who is not wise would just forget about everything in the past, forget about all the culture, forget about all the traditions, and take nothing from that. Don't try to incorporate any of that because into their lives because hey, maybe some of that stuff had good values. Maybe some of it came across to give us good direction. It's naive to believe that everything in the past don't have some sort of valuable information that you can use today. And when you just automatically have the default that everything old is useless, well then you say really ignorant things like that.
It just wasn't taught in the New Jersey public school system, if
It
you will.
wasn't taught in our school system.
Right. No,
either.
but again, since even
Why
since
would
the
it be
90s, things
taught?
have changed. Culture, social media.
Like why would you want to teach degeneracy? Like is like okay, people always say is he wasn't taught in high school or in school. Heterosexuality wasn't taught to me in school either. What was taught to me in school was sex education to learn where babies come from. And unfortunately, that defaulted to hetero relations. But I never heard it being taught to us. And, when I did go to public school for the first time when I was a teenager, I never got this sense that they are trying to instill in us to behave and be um, heterosexual. Everywhere I kept going around, I kept hearing "be yourself." So how people conflate "be yourself" with how they conflate "be yourself" and teaching you about where and how babies come from, basically from heterosexual relationships. Um, they're going. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought, but like I don't remember them teaching us that you have to be, heterosexual. And then, like for me in Florida, sex ed, I don't know if it was mandatory, but a lot of us didn't even pay attention. I took it because it was an elective. Let me see if it is an elective now. I don't know if sex education was even mandatory. So that's another thing I think is, when people, let me make sure. Florida mandatory. In 2000. Okay. They were not. It was okay. Okay. This is today, but wait. When was this? Let's look at the date when this published. Uh, let's look at the data. Oh, shit. Let me see. How can we see where? November. This is first. But when was this posted? I'm pretty sure you can try to find it somewhere in here. Okay. Well, let's ask Chat. Well, let's ask Grok. Let me get on my X account. Let's see if it's logged in. We are logged in. Okay, let's ask Grok. Was Keto. Wow. Let's see. No, sex education was not mandatory in Florida public schools during the year 2000 to 2005. While comprehensive health education was required since at least 1984, dedicated sex education programs covering topics like human sexuality, contraceptions, or sexually transmitted infections were and remain optional at the district level. So when they talk about, we didn't get taught this in school. It was an elective. No one was taught being heterosexual at all in school. If you wanted to take that class, you took it. And let's just be honest, at least here in Florida, the reason why I took it was so that I can get an easy A. You put a stupid condom over your stupid banana, and bam, you know how to do something. But this narrative where people act like public schools were proactively trying to coach young students into being heterosexual, it's that a narrative. So, and not to mention, they already took the Pledge of Allegiance, all of that out of the. They already took all of that out of public education already. But somehow they want to stay here and pretend that sexual education was somehow forcing kids to default to heterosexual normatives in society, and that's just not true. It's just something that they lie and tell to themselves, and I'm like convinced of that now. There's this. I'm convinced of that. And I'm like, I didn't even need like how I know a lot of times they lie, because a lot of the times it just sounds preposterous. And like, I didn't know off the top of my head whether or not that sex education class is mandatory, but I remember it being like listed as an elective on my transcripts in school, and I knew it was an easy A. So that's why, like, because of that, all I had to do is just go back and Google and research it, and bam! To my surprise, it was like I know I was not going crazy. So a lot of time these people talk about things that are just lies. They're just lying to, especially if it seems like it's probable, because well back then you didn't see a whole bunch of LGBTQ people around, so they just assumed that people were being taught sex education, well, being taught in sex education to only be heterosexual, where in a lot of states like Florida, it's not even mandatory. It's an elective. So what the fuck are you talking about? People teaching kids to it's a lie. It's all lies. It's all lies to make themselves feel better. I don't know about up in the north, but down in the south, anyone who tries to use that narrative, cut them off. Cut them off real quick.
Internet. My own sister is 35 and she's LGBTQT. So even in the Indian community, that's like jaw dropping. But again,
Not to mention, there were a lot of gay people in Florida during that time. I could tell. I distinctively remember when I was a kid growing up, two of our neighbors were extremely gay. Two guys lived together, and I didn't know what it meant. I just knew that they were nice. And then there was two ladies that lived across from them, and they're old, and they looked like these girls over here, more like a butch variety of the lesbo, and they were nice to me. So I never, in any way, shape, or form, felt any sort of way or animosity towards gay people. There are so many gay people in Florida during this time, so I'm like, you no, I don't know what bullshit you guys are talking about. Not saying that gays or whatever didn't have you know their run-ins with disrespectful people. Not saying that everyone did. Everyone still does. But to sit here and act like there were people like all in the South, everyone just hated gays. It's just stop it. Or just all around America, they just hated gays. Just stop it already. Just go the fuck away.
just times have changed. Things have changed.
I would say for centuries, there's documents and history of polygamy, polyamory, multiple wives, multiple husbands. Biblically, it's definitely mirrored throughout time, space, centuries, ancestrally, religiously, culturally. I think that America, I'm just going to say it, America as a whole has the society, the cultural pressures of society, I think, has limited our capacities, our mindsets into what should be allowed, what shouldn't be allowed.
No.
I think it's more of a societal thing.
You're
than it
just
is more than anything
you're
else.
just
But
a
there's definitely like history
disgusting
and law in the
person,
past.
a selfish
two
person.
people. But if you allow more than two people, then people could be married multiple times without the knowledge of the first person, and that can cause problems.
Well,
But
that's
the
not
other,
ethical.
yeah, so that could be confusing. The other thing is that if you are in a polygamous relationship, in a way, you're also invalidating that person's rights to their, like if they put in money, there's 3 people that are married, you're putting money into the pot. That person also deserves their piece of the pot. So when they break up, what happens is that they don't have any legal status. So then that's another issue.
Let me ask this just across both sides. Do you see marriage as a legal contract, a spiritual bond, or both?
Both.
Okay, so all of it. Do you think that the government or society should have any power to define what marriage looks like?
Absolutely not.
Well, anyone have a yes? Do you think that the government or society should have any power to
At
ever
all.
define what marriage should look like?
Well, there should be some kind of definition to understand what marriage is in the legal status.
Yeah, I would say if it's marriage, I don't think the government should be involved in that. If gay people want to get married, get married. I don't care. The only thing is you can't force people of a religion to marry you, if especially if it goes against their religion. So I would say you can go to churches, ask them if they're willing to, you know, do that, but to try to use law to force churches to have gay people get married, which flies in the face of that church religion and their values, is wrong. It's selfish. And in that instance, it's not the church who are the bad guys. It's the gay community.
That is.
The gay community is
Like if you
respecting
met me 2 or 3
churches.
years ago, I would have
That's
said
all I
love
would say.
and marriage are the
But
same.
I don't. Back in the day, when I was growing up, living in Florida with the gays, they weren't acting like this. Those are the gays I can fuck with. Those gays weren't acting like this. These types of gays, nowhere near. And that's why I had more respect and have more respect for those old school gays who just like leave me alone. I want to live my fucking life and I don't care. Don't rub your shit in my face. Don't rub, and I won't rub my shit in your face. Those gays I can respect. These gays, I don't know. These
Life has
modern
hit me in the
gays,
past
nah.
couple of years, and I've realized that love and marriage are 2 different things.
Marriage is a
Okay, so
business
that's what we
contract.
Right, yes, agreed.
And if you
It can be.
wouldn't
Introducing the only prescription hair regrowth gummy on the market, the Minoxidil Plus Biotin Gummy by Hers. Formulated by dermatologists, this innovative 2-in-1 gummy includes prescription strength minoxidil, clinically proven.
Yeah, if
subscription.
you don't want to go into this business contract with this person, first of all, the legal aspect, I think most of you guys, we've all been legally married. The legal aspect doesn't bound somebody. Oh, right. Yeah, my bad, sorry. Yeah, but the legal aspect doesn't bound that person to you. And I think that's what we get hung up on as a culture sometimes, is like, oh, if you marry me, then you're mine, which is possession, it's aggression, and it's not rooted in facts, because like we've all touched on, someone can still decide against that. For me, marriage is spiritual. That's why I didn't really answer that, because I don't think that the government can tell me who to not love. You already want to tell me what to eat, what to drink, how to dress,
What do
you're
you
a
mean it
slut if you're
can't
not
be?
monogamous. To your point, men are non-monogamous, but if a woman comes out non-monogamous, now, you're a harlot, all these negative things. So we're already really very oppressed by their ideas and their thoughts and their visions of what we as a culture should be, when we've got, as you said, centuries of proof that, in addition to that, they've meant us no well. They don't, these are just one size fits all. I don't even like one size fits all clothes. I don't want a one size fits all relationship, because it's different. It's going to be very different depending on what you're requiring and the work you've done, like you said.
And I feel like there's so many of us on this planet to think that you should follow this one format, and if you don't, you're a slut.
There
Or
definitely has to be some fixing. Like I said, like there has to be a
So,
way where
if I haven't read all the stream,
polygamous people
one
who are not marrying little kids or anything
is
else like that,
straight
who are actually no, because they do take advantage. There's a situation like that in the past, but in your
I
situation, for
mean,
example, where you're adults and you're consenting, where she could still have some kind of legal status
That's
if
where
she's, you know what I mean? Like there
wills
should
and
be
trusts, things like
something
that.
like that
That's
for
where that
people
comes
like
into
that,
play.
because in a way it protects
You know what?
that
and we
person.
will actually
Polygamy
love
is
that.
actually illegal in the United States.
I know,
You
that's
know what I
what
mean? So I wish it would. I told all the time I'd marry you in a heartbeat. What I feel for you inside here, my whole being, was more than I ever felt. My 15 years of legally married, court documents, all that kind of stuff, because it is a spiritual connection on top of that. And your history with someone has nothing to do with it. It's that ultimate connection. And for her, I told her I'd marry you tomorrow if it was legal, and it isn't. But spiritually, I say all the time, spiritually you're mine, spiritually I'm yours, and it's right now, right here, right here.
I'm a reverend. Let's do it. I'm a
asking,
minister. Let's do
you
it.
could marry her if
Let's
she
do
got
it.
divorced from the husband, right?
Right, but why would I do that? Why would I limit her love, right? She loves him. They love each other. They were together even before me. Why would I even do that? That's an ego.
Why to
coming
add
in.
more love
Why
do
we
you have
can
to
just
remove
add it,
love?
right? And to
to add
your
more
sake,
love to your life, remove love.
yeah, and you could even
No sense.
even to you. I agree with you. There should be some type of legal definition in between. I shouldn't be able to go and get married off in another country and my partner's not know about it. That's crazy, and it's also dishonest. So if there was a way also to be like legally, yes, these two people are married. Yes, I'm gonna be married with them. Now the three of us are married, and there was some way to do that, I'd be totally down. It isn't a thing.
There's
I'd
a
be totally
reason
down,
why
though.
it became illegal, though.
It was
in Utah,
never
because
illegal.
no, in Utah, it became illegal because they were taking advantage. Some people were taking advantage of that, and the minors. It was a whole thing, but you should look that up. But I do feel that there should be some kind of resolution towards that. And the other thing I wanted to, yeah, sorry, I do feel like there should be a resolution to that. I just feel there's got to be something.
Well, the reason is control. The reason is control. If too many people come together, and like Dr. York, if too many people come together on the same mind frame with the same, putting all their resources together, and there's a big, you can overthrow governments, you can overthrow things that are conditioned, preconceived for you, that set you up for what they want to see. So we got to keep that separate. Just put two of you, monotheism, monogamy, all this mono. Let's keep it mono so that we stay right there. So that
Okay,
something
we
that
sort of screwed.
I'll go ahead and say it because maybe these ladies won't. Something that does come up in terms of marriage is the idea of being selfless.
Exactly.
Sometimes it can sound like the relationships that you're having are very selfish, in a sense that you're saying, I want it all. I don't want to
Selfish.
sacrifice. I don't want to. I don't like to say I don't want to suffer, but there is some self-development. I know you talked about how you grow and you learn with these different partners, but part of what makes marriage beautiful is the fact that you are going through some of these pains, these hardships because of self-denial
Okay, so the
and
first
sacrifice
thing
that end up
we want to do.
blessing your life.
I feel like it's on both sides of that, right? In the same way that you feel a heartbreak in monogamy, you can feel that in polyamory. And I tell you, it's a bitch when it's all at the same time, right? So your main partner and your other partner, or your whatever partner you're in a situation with, imagine both those heartbreaks at the same time. That's a lot. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of times we hear about the positive side and how it can work, and just like the negative side too. Or I wouldn't say negative. I would say the learning moments in between too is that heartbreak is intense. The heartbreak is a lie, especially if she's mad, and she's mad. Oh, I got my work cut out for me. It's not the easiest. It's not the easiest thing, and it is just as devastating in a monogamous relationship because again, it's a different type of love. You're still feeling that hurt. You're still feeling that pain. You're still, you're still in that. Just now twice.
Kind of piggyback off of that is that it kind of sounds like, in a way, one, there's two people, they're happy, you were happy. However, you decided that you wanted to add a third person because you were not being satisfied you wanted to add a woman into it. Would that be, would you think of that as like perhaps being selfish?
Oh, so you're talking about this side. Oh, I thought you were talking about a marriage with two people. So yes, so what I'm saying is the different aspects, the variety of choices that come with being polyamorous can appear to be selfish in the sense that situation is an example of saying like, yeah, I want it all, and if my husband is with it, then let's go. If he's not, maybe you would say no. Okay, then I'll just suppress a side of me. I don't know if you would say that, but you have a husband who's open, so it was okay for you. But let's say you had a husband who wasn't open. You, who knows what you would do in that situation, and that could hurt him. And you don't always know what he's feeling. There may be days where he feels like he has sacrificed for you and he wishes it wasn't that way, even though it's fine for him. He liked it better before. So in those ways, you don't always know what a person is experiencing, and it could sometimes feel selfish.
I feel like culture and religion for many years have made us feel shame around wanting more. Like there's nothing wrong about wanting more, and if there's communication, honesty, and everything.
Wanting more, this is not anything to do with religion. This is everything to do with human nature. Okay? When too many people have too much, when too many people have too much plate on their hands, or I should say, let me just go back to one person. The best way to really assess this stuff is to start modular, small. If one person had way too much stuff on their plate, they can get overwhelmed. They will neglect other areas and certain areas because maybe they pay a little bit of attention too much to this because I don't know. It could be something they just like about this particular part of their life and with that particular thing in their life that just draws them to it so much to the point where they start to neglect other areas of their life. It's the same in polyamorous relationships. The only difference is now you're not just messing around with what is it, inanimate objects. You're messing around with real people, real humans, and hurt people hurt people. So this has nothing to do with religion. This has everything to do with human behavior and human nature. Religion just points it out to us and knows these things and therefore tries to warn us to protect ourselves from being overwhelmed with all of these emotions when things turn out wrong. And I don't know, this little thing called human nature kicks in. Everyone is human. You are going to make mistakes. You're going to neglect some of the your polygamous relationships. Okay, that is just it. As much, even when it comes to parents and their children, as much as parents can tell themselves, I don't have any favorites with my kids. I treat them all the same. Deep down inside, there is at least that one that they favor more. So, like, this right here, this type of talk, it comes from someone who is so into not only themselves. I don't think it's. I don't actually. I don't know. I don't know if it's because they're just so into themselves that they can't see others and see how they could possibly make a mistake. That they don't see within themselves that they can possibly hurt someone. They don't see in them, and it's like this whole entire time I'm hearing them talk about how they don't want to hurt other people. But like you're, it's human nature to disappoint people. It's human nature that one day you are going to hurt someone that you did not mean to. And this right here is just naive thinking. It has nothing to do with religion. So don't blame it on religion. This is everything to do with human nature, and that one day, no. And if you were to ask this woman, if you were to ask this woman if she has ever hurt someone in her life, if she tells you no, she's a liar. But I know she won't say that. She will say yes. So why, like, what made you hurt this person? Was it religion or was it because of you? Maybe, and then she probably would have said, well, it's because of me. I was like, well, is there something in religion that would have stopped you from doing that? I'm pretty sure if she was going to be honest, she would say, yeah. So it's like, okay, so you doing something bad to someone or other people doing something bad to someone, is it because of religion or is it because of them? So it's like,
When it's okay, then
it's like basic
we're not
things.
hurting anybody. Like we the whole culture of like holding back or denying yourself things because of whatever, why? Like I feel like I want, you know, the saying of you can't have your cake and eat it too. I want the whole bakery, and
Oh man.
I should be okay with that. I shouldn't be made to feel shame because
I know, but yeah, there's no shame in that. There is no shame. That's the thing, it's human nature. Like we know that human nature wants to have its cake and eat it too. But if everyone did that, imagine how crazy the world would be. That's why we have to have restraint. That's how we have to say, no, we can't do this because not everyone thinks like me. And we obviously see that because there's lots of people out there who are in polygamy relationships that hurt other people.
I want to be extra happy.
And I could also, from his point of view, like what he has said and being around him,
Okay, let me go
love
back.
is
This shit
unconditional.
gets me
And he's
irritated.
like, I love her unconditionally. To say I only love you if you only love me, that's
Oh,
conditional. So I've heard him from his own mouth say it to her so beautifully. I love you unconditionally. That's real love, is wanting also you to be all sorts of happy and acknowledging that there's a portion here that I just can't do that. So, and being able to have that.
And also, when he met me, I was living with a woman, and so he knew the side of me. And we met at a fetish party. We already were in an alternative dynamic. We were already open, to different dynamics. So when he saw that I really love women, he already knew. He's like, I will never be able to touch you like a woman.
I want us to all get back together in 7 years and to see where it's all gone. I'm so curious. There's such a curiosity about what will come of all of this.
So the first thing I
you
need
know?
to do.
So I feel to your point,
arm
the question
already
was
got
like,
the
what
arm
if he had said no? And I don't feel that was answered. I feel like if he had said no, because he was open, but there are some men that are not open to that.
Or what if he changes his mind,
Mhm.
like going forward, he's like, you know what, maybe I just want us to be together. Sorry.
I'm fortunate enough to be with a man who he has his PhD in human sexuality, super mature about himself and who he is in my life, that he doesn't feel threatened by any other energies getting close to me.
When you mentioned that, someone can love you so much unconditionally that they can allow you to just be happy, that's what's important to them, it made me think of women specifically who are married to men who are cheating or who are doing these things, but because they love him so much, they stay, they deal with it, they just turn a blind eye because they love him unconditionally and they want to be with him so bad that they'll allow him to do whatever he wants to do. And that part is unfortunate. But
give me just 30 seconds. Here's what you're missing about Factor. Trust me, Factor isn't your average ready-to-eat meal service. It's made performance.
It does remind me of that, in a sense, when you talk about that
It's
piece.
very sad that there's a lot of lack of self-love. When you allow others and you're dealing, you shouldn't be dealing. It's more about look inside and work on yourself, love yourself to where you don't have to deal with any situation that you don't have to.
I think it's just this parallel really fast that, like, is he sacrificing possibly to keep you? And I think there's been a lot of conversation about, like, I think a little bit of a fear of breaking up, and you guys don't want to let go of the partners that you have. And so what do you do in an effort to keep someone and not let go? And that could be sacrifice some of the values and maybe a value at some point of monogamy, just so someone doesn't leave you. You'll be open to them being with whomever else and having more happiness or love in their life, so you don't have to go through the heartbreak or some trigger.
I just want to say how proud I am of my poly panel over here. I think these ladies are just amazing and so well articulated, and I just love hearing all of your thoughts about all of it, and it feels validating to me to hear what you guys are experiencing, so thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to say that to the the most prominent misconception is that polyamory is for sex. It's not. That's all.
I just want to say that if you're willing to venture into an alternative situation, just make sure you're doing self-work and that you're not just spilling your trauma onto everyone.
Yeah, I would say just be honest with yourself, not because of what your parents told you culturally, society, or anything. What do I need out of life, and is this going to sustain me for the rest of my life, for the short time that you're here on earth? Can you be truly happy like this? And it's okay if the answer is yes, and it's okay if the answer is no. Like, at the end of the day, just look into yourself and just be honest with yourself through and through, regardless of where you fall. I think more than anything else.
I want to thank everyone for all of their perspectives and for sharing. And also, I think that it can be challenging I almost feel like when you're more traditional, it's like you've suddenly become like alternative. And maybe like there's shame around holding to old values. So I think that there's bravery on both sides of acknowledging a preference and a desire.
Yes.
Yeah, I will. This was a beautiful conversation, and I thank you guys for even, sharing with us as well, and us sharing with them. And mental is
All right, let's
number
see.
one, mental health. And I'll just hope that everyone finds true happiness and the love that we all desire.
I want to echo that. I do believe happiness is North Star. Love is love. And as an Indian American millennial, I mentioned this earlier, I grew up absorbing both cultures, and neither culture is right nor wrong. They're just different. So with that established, when it comes to this group dynamic, neither of us are right nor us versus you. It's not, neither of us are right nor wrong. We're just different. And our differences is what makes us a community, a beautiful community, and makes the world the way it is.
I just want to say I appreciate all of you sharing your stories, and I really enjoyed it. And also the fact that I love the fact that every single one of you is different in the sense that you're all on that side. However, all of you have different reasons why you decided to go that route, and you were open enough to share that with us and with everyone, really. And that's really brave. And yeah, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much, ladies,
Thank
all
you
for being
all.
here.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, I loved hearing from all of you, and I appreciate the honesty and the vulnerability on both sides. Thank you so much for watching. If there's something that was shared today that was interesting to you, something that you want to share in the comments, we would love to hear from you. And until next time, bye-bye.
Did you know that our food system is basically designed to be wasteful? We grow so much food in the US that goes to waste. That's one of the big reasons why I started Misfits Market. I got the idea when I was visiting an apple orchard. I saw all these apples that weren't gonna get eaten. On farms, fruits and vegetables get tossed for so many different reasons. When they have a funny shape, when they're too big or too small, or even when they have just too many to sell. And it's mostly because traditional grocery stores don't want to buy these products. They only want the best looking.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Happy Sunday. Welcome to Zeducation, and welcome to another episode of You Laugh, You Lose. If you're new to this channel and new to this series, the game is simple. If you laugh at anything in today's video, you lose and you have to do a punishment. What is today's punishment? First off, let me say welcome to No Shave November. That's what I'm talking about. Hopefully they're coming in nice. It's day number 2. So good on you guys if you're carrying out your punishment. Number 2 is you have to not change your clocks today. Surprise, if you forgot, it is daylight savings time. We're supposed to fall backward. But the punishment is you don't change your clocks. Let's be done with this nonsense. But Tyler, don't you want the kids to be at the bus stop and have some light in the mornings? No. No, the days are shorter in the winter. If you want to shift business hours, just shift the business hours. Don't change the clocks. Doesn't make it 25 hours in a day. It's still 24 hours. Now I'm pissed. This stupid argument every single year. It drives me nuts. But that's number 2. Number 3 is you have to share your Halloween candy, including all you parents that robbed your kids this weekend. I know you did. It's okay. You had a couple Reese's, but you have to reimburse them. And you have to spread the candy out like a socialist. Okay, that's what you have to do. You have to spread it all out evenly, even if the kids didn't go out there and work for it. Okay, long intro. That's what you have to do. 3-parter. If you're ready for today's game, head down and like this video. And if you are new here, please make sure you are subscribed and have the bell clicked for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now on to today's game. If you laugh, you lose. Go. Hope I don't have a long day. Long day, factory. Oh, jeez. If you lost on this one, on the very first meme, on the dumbest meme of today, I'll guarantee this is the dumbest meme of the day. Shame on you. You have a broken sense of humor. That is not funny. I mean, the kitty in the tie is kind of funny, but that's about it. 5-year-old me confusing Michael Myers with Mike Myers. Same person. Same person. You're 5 years old watching Austin Powers? I mean, I think Dave and I were like 8 or 9. So, I mean, it's not much better.
Okay.
We probably shouldn't have seen that movie at that age. Trump adding the Elizabeth Warren wing.
Try.
Maybe then you should support it. Am I right? But this whole saga, if you guys are out of the loop, they're creating a ballroom.
I want to use
on I think the east wing of the White House. People are freaking out. This is the history. This is just desecration. Shut up. Everything he does is bad. Obama had a $300 million renovation. I believe he put in a basketball court and a tennis court. Like, where was the uproar then?
It's a collection.
Anyways,
Of
it
scripts.
is hilarious. I love seeing these people lose it. Like, he could cure cancer and they'd be upset. I've said this many times. Me yelling, representative, to the automated customer service. Every time. I don't even allow it to go any further. It's a representative person, human. Give me a human. They don't like that. I'm not even kidding you. They will disconnect your call. And when I say they, I mean the AI. The AI will disconnect your call. It happened to me a couple weeks ago. I'm not kidding you. Having a warrant is pretty much like playing adult hide and seek. LMFAO.
And you believe these aren't her real teeth? Aspen Dental's dentures.
Chris Mitchell has been apprehended. Game over. I don't think that's real, but it would be funny. 1970, 2025. I mean, let's agree that there's some problems with both photos, okay? Should you be standing in the back of the Dodge as you're driving down the dirt road? Probably not. Did we? Yeah. In the 90s, we did that. I know. Probably not a good thing, but it's also not good to wrap your kid up in bubble wrap. Every time I realize I'm having a bad posture, okay. I'm going to go ahead and say this is photoshopped. I don't think that's real. I mean, if it is, I'm not surprised. Mark, come on this show. Review some memes with us, okay? You know what? This is what we're going to do. I'm not going to tell Mark this. If he ever comes on the show, he will never come on the show. But all the memes that he has censored and given us strikes for on Facebook, I'm going to show them to him and ask him if they're allowed on Facebook or not. That's the show. Let's make it happen, huh? When you finally sit down, only to hear your kid yell from the bathroom that they're ready for you to wipe them up. Dude, I just did this. It happens to me every day. But this literally just happened like a half hour ago. When you jump the gun wearing your new fall clothes and spend all day acting like it's not too hot out for long sleeves. That's getting to that, sweater weather here, but I was in this phase probably late September, early October. It was still pretty hot. Everyone's kids right now. 6, 7. What is going on right now with this stupid joke? Here's the part that makes me mad about this joke. It's not even a joke. There's no intelligent punchline. It's just a sound that these people make and start laughing together. It doesn't even... It's the lamest generational inside joke of all time. And I'm saying this to all of you youngins watching this. Stop it. This is really stupid. Find a great movie together. Memorize the funny punchlines like we did growing up. Say them to each other back and forth at school. That's funny. This, dumb. If you have no idea what this refers to, just move on. You don't want to know. It's dumb. Used roller skates. I'd try it. I don't think it would work very well unless you have your legs really far apart. Good luck, I guess. Dad's Googling Bad Bunny. Dude, that was literally me. I was like, Bad Bunny. I know he's super famous, but I don't know any of his songs. Maybe if I looked him up, would I know any of his songs? Go to his YouTube page. Search by most popular. Number 1, never heard it. 2, never heard it. Number 3, yeah, nope, I have no idea why they picked this guy. I don't know. Starting a fight, consoling a child, petting a dog. Hey, buddy.
Get the resource.
Starting a fight. Oh, that'll start a fight with me for sure. Don't ever call me buddy unless you're a really good friend, like purposely being an a-hole talking down to each other. That's what you do as friends. But if I don't know you very well, don't call me buddy. Trump just showed the world that Hamas is easier to negotiate with than the Democratic Party. Let that sink in. Seen this a few times, but it needs to be said, needs to be pointed out. It's true. Can't negotiate with the Democrats. They don't negotiate. It's very sad. Don't forget where we came from. See, this is what I'm talking about. Back to the generational inside jokes. Like Chuck Norris jokes. Look at all these memes. Rest in peace memes. Damn, Daniel, you guys remember that? Like, if Damn Daniel came out today, if you guys don't remember that, it was like a really stupid viral video that went super viral. He went on Ellen. My point is, if that came out today, that would be one of the dumbest, least viral things on the internet right now. The weirdest stuff went viral back then. But that's what made it fun. Is that why 6-7 is fun? No. Don't even give it attention. 1 copy of 1984 per child. If you did this for kids, this is not a bad idea. Every kid should read this. I highly doubt that schools have kids read this now. I'd be very surprised. They should be. Every kid in school should be reading this. Draw a lot of parallels. All right, let's see what my appointment is. Yesterday.
Okay, let's actually.
Sometimes that's a good feeling. I just canceled a dentist appointment. Yeah. Guys, I know. I went earlier this year. They're like, your teeth are perfect. I was like, no way. It's been over 10 years since I had an appointment. It's like, why would I have to go again in 6 months? I'll make it another 10 years. I'm joking. I'll go annually, okay? Promise. How women choose shampoo. How men choose shampoo. It says shampoo. That's literally how I choose shampoo. I always do the sniff test, but there's never a time where I'm like, nah, can't use that. Even if it's like your wife's shampoo, it smells all foo-foo-y. It's like, whatever, it's gonna wash my hair. That's all I care. So whatever. A man has been stealing wheels off of police cars. Police are working tirelessly to catch him.
What are you doing in a meeting that could have been an email? Losing interest. And what are you doing when you're keeping money in a traditional savings account? You're losing interest because you could be earning a...
You know, at least this dumb joke is clever compared to the very first joke of the show. So this one's not as bad, I have to say that. My kid coming to ask me if they can eat a family-sized bag of chips for breakfast while I'm in the bathroom. No. Like, if you don't have the stuff in your house, they can't eat it. They out of sight, out of mind, right? So we literally just stopped buying chips. When you've just shared a meme with your spouse who is 5 feet away from you, read it. It'll change your life. This is half of marriage. Married folks out there, dating folks, tell me that, like, your inbox, especially on Instagram, is just not reels being sent back and forth to each other. I mean, it's half of marriage, like I said. Look over there, son. Violent protesters are here to teach us about peace and equality. They just burned down the Quick Trip. Oh, peace and... They burned down the police station in Minneapolis. Oh, that's... Look at that. Just amazing. Good job, guys. Good job, protesters. Showing the world how stupid you are. Taxpayer. Governments. Yep. This has been on here probably 10 times, but I think it's always important to bring this meme back up because it's just... It personifies our entire system. Everyone that works hard, paying it all to the government. Them. We register cars, why not register guns? Me. I don't believe in registering cars either. Them. There we go. Yeah, registering cars or guns. We shouldn't, again, back to less government. Come on. Come on, folks. It feels like the pendulum is swinging back to sanity. Let's keep it swinging. No Kings guys having a beer 5 years ago. Now, if they're still around. But yeah. Absolutely. That was them. Thinking that this was sound logic, reasonable behavior. How the F do you fold a fitted sheet? You don't. We've been over that many times. You roll it into a ball and you shove it in the closet. That's how you do it. Me opening up to someone. What in the Balenciaga garbage is that? Fashion? Fashion. Look at that. What is the point of the zipper? Wow. You know what? Someone out there would wear this, find it fashionable, pay $600 for it, I bet. Nonsense. One less year alive. That's not funny, actually. It's all about perspective, folks. Dude, that's depressing. Dude, you gotta change your outlook on life, man. There's a lot of good stuff to be living for, okay? I just have to say that. The nothing else to offer pose. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Social media ruins the world. It did. A lot of otherwise beautiful women that have these traits, it's like, oh, instant zero. Like this, no, come on. Have some respect for yourself. I don't want to date that. Like, no. And I think most men agree with that. Boys, back me up here. Me when my alarm wakes me up. Let the potato rest for 5 minutes. Yeah. I'm usually get up and get out. I'm probably within 2 minutes, maybe 1. What movie have you seen at least 10 times? Oh, I have definitely seen Tombstone at least 10 times. It's on TV all the time still. What else have I seen 10 times? Billy Madison, Tommy Boy, Austin Powers, Joe Dirt. Yeah, I've seen all those movies a lot. Me, exactly what a cop would say. You can drive faster. I'm not a cop. They call that entrapment, buddy. Stop entrapping people. I will say, I bet that is a cop, or not a cop. Here in Minnesota, it's illegal to drive the old cop cars and even put stuff on it to make it look like a cop car. It's really stupid. I don't know if I should eat this cookie or ask you what happened first. They'll be fine. He's sad about the White House thing. He's, yeah, one of those cookies. Dear Santa, all I want is my gross pay. Come on, Santa, pull through, buddy. We want gross pay. We're sick and tired of this crap that we're in. Cooper Flagg's first New Balance basketball shoe is here. The Mow the Lawns 1. Is that real? It's a pretty brutal shoe for an NBA star. And is he going to be a star? All my NBA fans out there, I know there's not a lot of you that watch sports. This whole gambling thing is going on. I need them to investigate the Dallas Mavericks trades again. Like, there has to be something criminal behind that. That's not normal. You traded arguably the best player in the league, Luka Doncic, for a bag of dirty gym socks. Like, anyways, I just had to say that. Kid behind me. Look, Mom, there's only 4 donuts left. Me. 4 donuts, please. It's messed up. The kid should have not divulged that much information, okay? That's less information is more. Never give too much info, ever. It's business 101. There's just something about Flacco, man. Dude, he's been in...
Oh, this is the bond.
He's been in the league a long time. I think him and Aaron Rodgers came at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Each over 20 years. Yeah, jeez. Life was better when this is what we considered a group chat. I still see the good old boys at the gas station. I see you boys. Usually about 6 of you every morning having coffee, talking about the world affairs. You know, back then, I didn't even talk about that. I just talked about, you know, the weather and the fishing hole and the Farmer's Almanac, you know? I told her I'm going to the No Kings protest this weekend. She said we should both date other men. The one thing about this photo that isn't accurate, which kind of ruins the meme a little bit, is it was all old people at these rallies. Like old, weird people. And then like really weird younger people. So, yeah, this meme is not totally accurate. Otherwise, this would be hilarious. It is hilarious. It's, you know, Breaking Bad if it came out in 2025. I don't think Breaking Bad would come out in 2025 just because it's not a sequel piece of junk. We're talking a lot about pop culture today. It's just really pissing me off.
So
Walgreens accidentally nails it. Get your flu shot and vaccinations today. Oh, jeez. There you go. That's good. Inject yourself with experimental drug or lose your job. Prosecute your political adversaries. Vote for an installed presidential candidate. No kings. It's funny every time, dude. I still cannot get over the stupid No Kings protests. And there's probably going to be more. That's why this is still relevant. I saw it was Caitlin Bennett was asking some guy about, hey, but there was no vote for Kamala Harris. There was no primary. So there was no real democracy there. And he got really upset at that. He didn't want to address that. He said, now you're going down the route. You're taking me down the wrong road. Something like that. Maybe we can find the clip. Hilarious. Like, these people are nuts, dude.
But Kamala Harris, no one voted for her.
Yes, they did. Half the country voted for her, so let's not go there.
No one was voted for her to be the nominee.
Yes, they did.
Isn't that what, like, authoritarian?
You're going down the wrong road right now with me. I wouldn't go any further.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore. That's what it means.
My roommate called and asked me why our dryer kept stopping. Dude, you're lucky the place didn't burn down. Holy crap. Sheesh. How I feel when I walk past a group of anyone younger than me. That's us this episode. 6'7". Did you say 6'7", you... Ugh. Aliens watching women from Earth winning Miss Universe for 71 times in a row. Yeah, you know, they probably have a bad perception of us. Like, geez, these Miss Universe? Huh? These humans are full of themselves. They have no idea. When you have to pay for your own groceries, suddenly Dr. Thunder doesn't taste too bad. All the Dr. Pepper people out there. Is there a difference in Dr. Thunder, Mr. Pibb, Dr. Pepper? I love Dr. Pepper when I have it. It's delicious. Do not disturb me while I'm practicing self-care. Yuck. I hope you... Well, you know what? I hope you didn't microwave that, because that would probably be bad if you put a can in the microwave, but... Are you just eating those right from the can? You didn't heat them up or nothing? Yuck. When Homeboy says his hair is more broccoli than yours. Many a fight over the broccoli hair in schools these days. Are the people who said you were the most qualified candidate to be president in the room with us now?
It felt like I tried hundreds of meal prep solutions before I found Factor. Let's be real, Factor's menu is way healthier than the competition. Their chefs actually know what they're doing. Every meal's
She said this. Can we play that clip too, Megan? Where she said, some say I was the most qualified candidate ever.
Well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
Really? You led an army? Like, you led the U.S. Army against a foreign adversary, against, you know, crazy Indian tribes out in the West? You know, did you do that? No, you didn't? Okay. If you weren't leading men into battle, you're nowhere near the most qualified ever, okay?
Okay,
You
so
weren't.
now that we have
those
this...
great men all lived a long time ago. We don't have politicians like that anymore. They send other people's kids to war these days. When a dude in Denver almost hit my car and then yelled, "Watch your pronouns!" I hope you laughed, because that's hilarious. I mean, come on, you look like it's a perfect thing to say to you. Casting agent. So there's a role, but this movie honestly seems really awful, and Nicolas Cage, I'm in. Have you not seen Con Air? National Treasure?
If we have our subscription.
Just adrenaline pumping fun, okay? Let's enjoy those movies. Crumble Cookie ain't got nothing on these. These aren't terrible. We did. We had a box of the pumpkin ones this year and a box of the ghost ones. They're not bad. They're not bad. They're not amazing. And I also say, like, they have to be right out of the oven. They gotta be fresh. Like, still warm. Just melted, you know? Wow, my anxiety is really bad today. Maybe 400 milligrams of caffeine will help. What's in a cup? Like 100? It's a lot of coffee, dude. My kid's standing at the end of my bed at 2 a.m. Kind of scares me, actually. Like the last 2 nights in a row, that's my daughter. Just wakes up at 2, 3 a.m., comes to our room. Remember to check your kids' candy. Those peanut butter cups are for you. Remember, you got a bag of Halloween candy sitting around your house right now. Peanut butter cups go towards parents. So kids, if you're in the room right now and you're watching this, don't forget that rule. That is a rule. Every parent gets every peanut butter cup, every Reese's, some people call it. That's just the rule. Parents get those. Friend, how much sleep are you getting? Me. Sometimes when I sneeze, my eyes close for a second. Actually, my daughter coming in the bed at 2 or 3 a.m. into my wife and I's bed. That's me. I'm up for the day, pretty much. So this is me getting sleep last week. Don't feel bad for me. I know a lot of you guys have it worse. I'm just saying. This is coincidental. Why would they lie to us in school? The people who publish the textbook. I'm pretty sure that's real. I think Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, I don't know what his involvement was exactly. I don't know what his involvement was about, like, the contents of the books, right? But yes, I believe, I'm almost positive that his company, is it McGraw-Hill? Made the U.S. textbooks, all the books that the kids read. It's true. Friends and I decided to go camping, but none of us knew how to set up a tent. Here's how we slept. That's alarming. I mean, setting up a tent is Very easy. So I hope this is a joke. And if it's not, I don't blame you. Someone didn't teach you, but you should learn. There's YouTube videos on how to do anything. Okay? This was in my dentist's waiting room. Solid advertisement. I love it. They can even fix Gollum. There's a hope for your Mountain Dew mouth, okay? A Japanese-born man hasn't dropped this many bombs on USA soil since Pearl Harbor.
Resource group data.
That's a good one. That's actually hilarious. That is the best baseball player of all time. I will, hands down, die on that. By the time this video drops...
And we also need a
they
resource
may have won the World Series already. And if they haven't won yet, Game 6 or 7 is probably tonight or tomorrow. Or tonight and tomorrow. Well, so we'll see. Good luck, Dodgers. Democrats. Crime is down. Doritos in Democrat-run cities. Can't make it up. This is actually Doritos in Democrat-run cities everywhere. Sad. But you say this to them and they say, oh, you guys are just scared to come to the city. No. We don't like you guys. And yeah, no, it really is not safe. So you guys can live ignorantly and, you know, I'll pray for you. Hopefully you don't get hurt by your own ignorance. How'd you do in today's game? Did you laugh at all? If you did, you lose. And that means you gotta not set your clocks, keep doing No Shave November, and share your candy. Share the candy. Except for the Reese's. Parents get all the Reese's. That is what it is. Let me know how you did down in the comments. While you're down there, please like this video. Please help us get it recommended to others. That's it for today's game. Until next time, I'm Tyler Zed, and this is Education.
Idiots. Bake an easy, no-knead white bread. Make your dough with Fleischmann's yeast. Mix your dough. Let it rest, then let it rise and bake. First soft, deliciously golden homemade bread. Get the recipe at fleischmannsyeast.com.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. Okay. It's a misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and saying that they're breaking the law?
That's the point. Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not a crime?
It's not a criminal act, no. If you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal act.
So why get charged at all then, if it's not a criminal act?
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
it's just
we
different
have different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not. It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Resource
a few moments later.
We don't have illegal aliens.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's from some sort of sci-fi message that you would have had. Well, listen, the legal term for my people were slaves. You want me to use that term too?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
So many of you have sent me these clips to check out, so I just thought I'd put them in one video and do a reaction to it. So here we go. This is Don Lemon. Some people call him the dumbest man in the news industry.
LeBron James, President Trump writing, was just interviewed by the dumbest man on television, Don Lemon. He made LeBron look smart, which isn't easy to do. I like Mike.
I'm laughing because it's funny. So for those of you who don't know NBA basketball, LeBron James and Michael Jordan have a rivalry of who's the greatest player to ever play the game. So that's why it's funny that Donald Trump said that I like Mike, because he knows that's a rub to LeBron. For those of you who know what's going on with the NBA and LeBron.
I like
Mike.
I wanna be like
was fired from CNN, and now he's on YouTube doing this type of man in the street journalism. All right, so why am I talking about Don Lemon today? I'm going to let the Fox News anchors lay it out for you.
Including Don Lemon, believe that crossing the border illegally isn't actually breaking the law. Listen to this.
Once you enter the wrong way, doing it the proper way, you're breaking the law.
It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law. I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
All right, so I went and found the actual man on the street segment that Don Lemon did, and I watched the whole 2 hours, so you didn't have to. Now, part of this segment starts with Mayor Brandon Johnson from Chicago, and why this is important is because when it comes to immigration, the poster boy for bad policy is Brandon Johnson, and the reason is because he opened up the city's pocketbook to help migrants who came here illegally, and to the tune of something like $600 million. Now, the city has a $1 billion budget deficit, and the mayor wants to raise people's taxes to cover that $600 million he spent on the migrants.
The immigration crisis has strained city and state resources. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson defending spending taxpayer dollars on maintaining a welcoming city while being interrogated by the House Oversight Committee in Washington today.
You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs, their own roads, their own public safety?
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago, and we serve all the residents of the city of Chicago.
But that service comes with a cost. According to data obtained by the ABC7i team, since September of 2022, the city has paid out $638.7 million in vendor contracts for new arrivals.
You've spent $300 million of taxpayer money on illegal immigrants. You're putting the interest of illegal immigrants above the interest of taxpayers in Chicago.
Flashback. Close a $500 million gap in the city's 2024 budget.
Personnel, pensions, and resources to address the migrant crisis, all costing the city millions and millions of dollars.
A few moments later.
Right now, Chicago is facing a $1.1 billion budget gap for 2026.
The city is grappling with a $1.1 billion budget shortfall.
We have reached a point now where there's no return.
All right, so now you see what's going on in Chicago. He's there with the mayor of Chicago, and they do the softball interview. We don't need the troops. Immigration is great. All that great stuff, right? Now, Don Lemon then starts going and interviewing people on the street about the topic of immigration in Chicago. And he runs into this woman, and their conversation is very interesting.
But if you come, you want to do it the proper way if you want to come.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. And that's anywhere. So I think that also people need to understand that, because a lot of them have signs that said, no human is illegal. But once you enter the wrong way, doing it the proper way, you're breaking the law. And I think that we need to see both sides of it.
It's not a criminal act, and the president is a criminal, and he's in the highest office in the land. Coming over and being undocumented is not a criminal act. It does not deserve someone to be pushed to the ground and handcuffed.
All right, so Don Lemon responds to the woman's factual claim that coming across the border illegally is a crime. Don Lemon says Trump bad. I don't know where he gets he says Trump is convicted of 30-something felonies. It's like, okay, why just throw that red herring into the argument? We're not talking about Trump. But then second, he says that it's not a criminal act to cross the border and be here illegally.
What is
so
it, ID?
let's just fact check that, right? Is it a crime to cross an international border into the United States without going through customs? That's what they mean by crossing the border illegally. All right, because I know none of you actually trust me. Here's 8 USC section 1325, improper entry by alien. Now, you guys can go read all this, but essentially what it says is, if you come across the border illegally the first time, it's a misdemeanor, and you can get up to 6 months in prison. If you do it a second time, that turns into a felony, or if you're deported and then come across illegally again, that's also a felony. So yes, if you cross a border into the United States and you don't do it through the proper custom channels, as it says here, it is 1,000,000% a criminal act. No questions about it. Look it up yourself if you don't believe me.
I think people should come here the right way, but also I'm not in a dire situation where I'm going to judge how someone comes in the country when they are in fear of their lives or they have no opportunities. I'm not going to judge how they...
told me the president is a criminal, so that's judging.
No, I'm not judging. That's fact. How's that judging?
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
So why are they being sent back and...
Okay, if you're from the United States, you know Don Lemon is wrong, right? Misdemeanors are crimes in the United States.
Okay.
And let me explain, I think, what the confusion is that is going on in this conversation. In the United States, generally, our crimes can be categorized in three particular groups.
I know
The
there's a
first
line
group
they do
are
it.
the violations. These are not considered crimes, but they're still offenses. For instance, speeding, jaywalking, very non-serious offenses, but you can be fined, or a parking ticket a cop can give you. Those are violations of the law, not crimes at all. Then you have what the law considers to be criminal acts. Misdemeanors are criminal acts.
I feel like
And
I'm
these are
missing
criminal
something
acts. Generally, you're staying over 15 days in some jurisdictions, 30 days in jail, up to a year. So the judge can sentence you to anything under a year in jail, and that's generally considered a misdemeanor if it's not a violation. And then you have the top of the top, which are felonies, and that's if you could be sentenced to over a year in jail. And with felonies, if you're convicted of a felony, you lose your voting rights, you lose your Second Amendment rights. So being convicted of a felony is a huge deal in the United States. But the point here is misdemeanors and felonies are crimes in the United States. And if you're convicted of a misdemeanor, you will have a criminal record, no doubt about it. So Don Lemon is wrong.
Misdemeanor is not a crime.
Yeah.
So misdemeanor is not
It's
a
not
crime?
a criminal act. No, if you get charged with a misdemeanor, that's not a criminal
Why
act.
get charged at all then, if it's not a criminal act?
Because we have different levels of crime. Everything is not the same.
So it is crime.
No,
It's just
we
a
have
different level.
different levels of. I shouldn't say crime, but it's not a crime. You're not breaking the law.
It's not a crime. You're not breaking the law, but there's a law and they are breaking it. Listen to how desperate Don Lemon is to not just admit the obvious. Coming across the border illegally is a crime. That's all he has to admit, but he's so desperate not to admit it. He's admitted it's illegal. He's admitted it's a misdemeanor, but he won't admit it's a crime because he understands what that means. Yes, then going after those people who've committed that crime is exactly what Trump said. If you've come across the border illegally, you've committed a crime and we're going to send you back. But he doesn't want to say that because he knows that defeats his argument. So he's now even going to the point where let's just straight up lie and say, hey, it's not even illegal to come across the border when it obviously is if you're coming across the border illegally. That's why we literally call it coming across the border illegally because it's a crime. So I'm going to let you hear out his explanation.
I mean, you are breaking the law, but it's not a criminal act.
So it's breaking the law.
No, you're not breaking the law.
A misdemeanor is not breaking the law.
No.
If you're speeding, drinking, get pulled over, DUI.
That's not a criminal act. Well, no, if you're speeding is a misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
Right.
So it's still breaking the law.
Okay, well, if you want to qualify that, we're doing semantics.
So the guy even goes and says, hey, all right, what about for misdemeanors? If you break a misdemeanor, have you violated the law? That's all they said. Have you violated the law? But if Don Lemon says, yes, they violated the law, he's in trouble. Okay, now everything he said kind of goes away. It's semantics. It's semantics. Yes, breaking the law is violating the law. But, and this guy is about to have 1 million followers. What am I doing wrong? Am I the one talking nonsense here? This is the guy that gets 1 million followers because he's literally talking nonsense on the street. But maybe that's what people like, the nonsense.
But what I'm trying to tell you is everything is not the same. It's all not one thing.
But is it the law?
What is it? The law that what?
I was so
Is there a law?
close. So you do it
To
again.
come over legally. Is there a law?
There are rules processes that you should follow. Yeah, so you're breaking rules. You're breaking the rules, but you're not necessarily breaking a law.
You're breaking the rules, but you're not breaking the rules. When I was sent this video to watch, I was like, nah, he can't be this dumb. This guy was on TV for 10 years. He's a college-educated man. No, he's pretty dumb. He's pretty dumb. When Elon said he was dumb, I was like, yeah, he's dumb, but but I don't even think he even knows what he's saying. I think he's just saying stuff. In other words, he just wants to be right in his position. The facts don't matter. And that's what you're seeing being displayed on the screen now. The facts don't matter.
So today, for a limited time, you can get 30 sticks for $36. Here are 3 reasons I know you're going to love these meat sticks. Number 1 is the quality. So Paleo Valley doesn't cut.
So what happens when you break the rules?
Then you suffer the consequences. But the consequences should not. Look, No one is saying no one should suffer the consequences. You guys are getting things mixed up, okay?
Okay,
What we're saying is that you should not be brutalized or beaten up or treated inhumanely for even if a criminal act in America.
All right, so what Don Lemon is trying to do here is shift the conversation so he can have the moral high ground. So before we're talking about the substance of it, right? If you cross the border illegally or in the United States, you've committed a crime. You are a criminal, right? Don won't say yes or no to that, right? It's not a criminal act, not a criminal act. He denies that. He denies that. But now he's saying, okay, well, even if it is a criminal act, then we shouldn't be doing it in this way. So he's changed from the substance of it to the form of it because he was losing on the substance. He was wrong. And even though he didn't concede that he was wrong, now he wants to shift to, well, we shouldn't be beating people up. And that's just not happening, right? People aren't being savagely beaten and dragged out. But when you don't really have anything else, any other argument, then you just go to this overgeneralization that these people are being tortured essentially, and he's trying to stop torture, which is deceptive. Yes, some arrests are difficult. Some arrests are very simple and easy. But to just say all of these people are being essentially beaten and tortured because they're here illegally is really, really, really overplaying your hand. But that's what Don Lemon is trying to do. He's trying to overplay the hand so he can have the moral high ground in the conversation.
For any law, whether it is the highest in the land, you still have due process. You're still innocent until proven guilty. Right.
No, we agree with all that.
But what's happening now is guilty until no proven. It doesn't matter. You're just guilty.
Now, I do have to address this due process argument. It is a dishonest argument that has no basis in reality. When anyone is detained or arrested in the United States, by law, you go to either a magistrate or a judge. And that judge determines if there's probable cause, or sometimes in deportation cases, there's enough evidence to keep you for that. For instance, you've been identified as someone who has a deportation order. Then they're going to keep you until they're able to effectuate that deportation. So these people are all getting due process. Kilmore Aguayo, the person who was arrested for beating his wife and all stuff, he's still now in the United States. He's getting his due process, right? How many judges' orders has he been through? So this notion that these people aren't getting their due process is something to make people believe that we're just rounding people up, tossing them in a van, and taking them across the border and throwing them away. And that is absolutely not what is happening. And shame on them for not clarifying, or shame on Don Lemon for not clarifying. But the truth is that these people are getting due process. The difference is the level of enforcement. Trump and his team are going there and saying, we're going to deport the people who you've already said need to be deported. So obviously Don Lemon has earned the name the dumbest man in the news, because that argument he was making was pretty dumb. But now, remember he was interviewing the mayor of Chicago earlier in this video? So the mayor of Chicago then comes out and has an objection to the term illegal alien. Here's what happened.
Well, Chicago's Democratic Mayor Brandon Johnson snapping at a reporter who used the phrase illegal alien. Watch.
We don't have illegal aliens. Yeah. I don't know if that's from some sort of sci-fi message that you would have had.
All right, so I hate doing this, but let's go over what the term alien means in the law. So here's 8 USC section 1101 definitions. And it defines the term alien. Term alien means any person not a citizen or national of the United States. So if you're not a citizen or a U.S. national of the United States, you're an alien. See, the term is even on the resident alien card given by the United States. And just so you can see, the term illegal alien is actually in statutes. 8 U.S.C. section 1365, reimbursement of states for the cost of incarcerating illegal aliens and certain Cuban nationals.
Well, listen, the legal term for my people were slaves. You want me to use that term too? So look, let's just get the language right. We're talking about undocumented individuals that are human beings. The last thing that I'm going to do is accept the type of racist
Human beings.
Nasty language to describe human beings.
Now, I'm kind of shocked the mayor of Chicago doesn't understand this. But the term slave isn't used in American law anymore because we had a civil war. The 13th Amendment doesn't allow there to
Exactly.
be any slaves. So,
Exactly.
yeah,
They're
any law
trying.
with the term slave
He's
in it is
trying
essentially null and
to
void. And you don't
equate.
call people slaves.
He's trying to equate slaves with illegals in today's time. But you have to understand, back then, when there was slaves and illegals still coming over, illegals can still come over, but they weren't American citizens. Slaves themselves weren't American citizens. So to try to act like slaves and illegals crossing the border back during before the Civil War, somehow they had the same status before the Civil War, and now after the Civil War they'll still have the same status. It's crazy. No, they didn't have the same status before the Civil War. So what makes you think they would have the same status after the Civil War? One was granted citizenship, the other, the alien, was not. It's like,
Because we literally changed the Constitution to outlaw the practice of slavery.
Washington Congresswoman and squad member Pramila Jayapal rushed to Johnson's defense.
Undocumented presence in the United States is not a criminal offense. And so thank you for the clarification on language.
Now, technically, what she said is accurate. See, if you are here in the United States and let's say you're here for a visa overstay,
okay, so
meaning
how
you
do I
came here and
get
were supposed to only stay 6 months on your visa, but stayed 6 months and 2 days. Well, that's a civil offense. You're actually in the United States, you're undocumented, but you didn't cross the border illegally. You actually crossed the border legally, but just overstayed your visa. Well, that is considered to be like a parking ticket, a civil offense, a violation of the law, and not a criminal offense. So crossing the border illegally to get in is criminal, where if you crossed the border legally and came in but just overstayed your welcome, that is a civil violation. All right, my obvious issue with Don Lemon and the mayor is one that's factually based, right? Don Lemon coming across the border, which is a misdemeanor, isn't a crime. He's obviously wrong. And the mayor, the term illegal alien is something that doesn't exist when it's literally in the law. So my factual issues with these men is what I think the difference is here. Because even if they're going to make the argument we should take care of all these migrants and pay whatever the cost is, then just say that and stop trying to manipulate the public and manipulate people because you think they're not intelligent enough to see what you're doing, right? You can't tell me that Don Lemon doesn't know that if you're convicted of a misdemeanor, you're convicted of a crime. He knows that's true. And you can't tell me that the mayor of Chicago doesn't know that illegal alien is a legal term that is used in the law. With all that said, tell me where I'm wrong in the comment section. Don't forget, like, share, subscribe to the YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
What if there was a social media platform strictly for memes? Well, guess what? My fellow YouTuber and friend Liberal Hivemind has created just that. After today's video, head over to 5mind.com, sign up for free, and get an endless dose of memes daily. Be sure to follow us for memes from the show. Hope to see you there.
Wait, let's do that. Wait.
If you laughed at the show, hope to see you there.
When the Air Force guy says he was forced to work out. Yeah. That's funny. That's hilarious. I want to take a picture. I want to take a snippet of that one. That's golden. Okay. This is army jokes 101. Or I should say military humor 101. That's pretty funny. Oh, the Air Force guy. I still like your Z education.
If you laugh today, you lose.
I did
and
not
you have to board a
tag
flight sometime this week.
All I need to
On this
get the
flight
strings
specifically.
value of the tag.
Look at this. What is going on with our planes? Dude? Dude. You want to get on this? Huh? Look, that's about to fall off.
Sign them legs.
Someone is on the plane right now just looking at this. Oh, let me record my flight. No, there's more? Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Okay. How is this possible? Aircraft mechanics out there. How much risk are we talking? What are the odds that this plane does not land safely?
Oh,
I hate this. Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Welcome to Zeducation and welcome to another episode of Try Not to Laugh. Folks, it is the last episode of October, which means Halloween is tomorrow. Enjoy your Halloween. Be safe. Save all the Reese's Pieces for yourself. Don't let your kids have those. Those are not good for kids. Those are only grown-ups. Kids, if you're watching this, that's a fact. 2, No Shave November. Starts on Sunday. All right? And you don't have a choice. You're all participating.
This might be it.
Women alike. Is what happens when you're part of this community. It's what we do every November.
No,
okay?
stop
So get with the program.
Stop
And number 3.
building.
Before we get into today's show, I just want to remind you all that I keep seeing comments over and over. It's been over a month since I reminded you guys. I see the comments that say, hey, I was unsubscribed. Hey, I didn't get notifications, something like that. So, all I ask is that if you are here, you mean to be here, you like Zeducation, double check to make sure that you are still subscribed. And if you don't want to miss notifications, please make sure you have the bell clicked for notifications. That all being said, we got to get into today's game. If you are ready for today's game, head down and like this video. And if you are new here, please make sure you are subscribed and have the bell clicked for notifications when new videos are uploaded. Now, on to today's game. Try not to laugh. Go.
You know you redneck when you dry your drawers on the ceiling fan.
Ah. Yep. He beat me to it. I was about to say that. Yep. It's not a horrible idea. You're getting air moving around in the house, and you're drying the drawers. Getting 2 birds stoned at once. That's how you do it. Watch the ball boy at the end.
8 plays, 68 yards, and the extra point is good.
Oh!
Our FloodSmart system is engineered to handle any storm. For nearly 30 years, StormSmart has protected Florida from hurricanes. Now we're protecting you from flood damage. FloodSmart is easy to install, covers wide openings, and simple to deploy. Call to schedule your free in-home consultation today.
Poor guy. You gotta take him on the chin sometimes. Political moments that made me do a double take to make sure I heard them correctly.
Basically, I'm here to announce that we're building Iron Man.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay?
But become friends with school shooters.
Do you think Bill Clinton was our first black president?
Is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party?
El hombre del peliquin.
Gotta have them ribs. And two.
Do you hate cops just because they're cops? The next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. I'm John Kennedy, and I approve this message.
I love that.
Wakanda
Forever.
Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
No, it was almost right.
Liar on national TV? I think you called me a liar on national TV. And I could come down and start kissing everybody. I'll kiss every guy, man and woman, man and woman. Look at that guy, how handsome he is.
Oh, jeez.
I'll kiss him.
There we go. Our political atmosphere is beautiful. I love this. I'm convinced at this point it's like WWE. Most of it is a show. You know, there's some grit in it, They're really doing stuff. They're really doing the stunts. But at the end of the day, it's mostly scripted. And we know that. Okay, let's be honest. Wrestling is real. Wrestling's real, man. People really get injured in that. Oh, no. Nah, don't. If you're in basketball, you're in middle school, high school, don't do this. Look at that. That's what happens. Please make the layup. No, we don't get to see. Anyways, so that's a stupid play. There's like some sort of Disney play.
What the hell?
You guys have seen the Disney movies. What is it, Double Take? Is that the one? Like the worst basketball scene in cinema history? Where she does the fake out? You guys remember that? I think we've had it on here before. My veggies that I bought for my diet. Oh, dude. How did you let it get that bad?
Okay, anyways, alright.
How? What is that anyways? Is that a potato? What the? Oh, get that. That's got a stink. How did you not smell it? Okay, all right. Here's a reminder. Before we get into November, you have people over for Thanksgiving and then Christmas. Make sure you clean out the expired items in your fridge. Jeez.
What are you doing here?
Well, thought I'd try out my sea legs.
Try my sea legs.
You ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Wow.
Yes, I know that. You wrote me a letter, you idiot.
It's my boat. I played ping pong, even when I didn't have anyone to play ping pong with.
This is probably the best costume I've seen in a long time. I started running. This is beautiful. I'm going to put this up here as far as kids' costumes go. Close to the top. Really close to that Chris Farley one from a few years back. Can we play that one? Fat guy in a little coat. It's really good. I love this. One of my favorite movies of all time. You know those energy drinks are so unhealthy for you. Me.
Do I look like I care? Look, just take it. Do I look like I care? Look at me. Look, no, Sharice, look at me. Do I look like I care? Look. I don't care.
Do I look like I care? No. Is that guy still making movies, man? He was all over the place for a while.
How can I help you? Can I get a black coffee?
Vamos.
Pumpkin spice.
Black coffee? All right, I got you. Black coffee.
I came to my house, I went up to my bedroom, I closed the door, my bedroom was dim. I got on my knees and I prayed. I said, Jesus, if you are the Messiah, reveal yourself to me right now. I need a sign.
Black coffee.
Dude, shame on both of you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man.
Dude, I can't believe...
Okay, explain, please.
Look, if you're gonna be a pumpkin spicer, you better own it, okay? You better not sneak it like this, okay? This is shameless. And you know, oh man, never had a pumpkin spice latte. Never. Spoiling the Wordle for morning commutes. Today's Wordle, Dusty. Dude, that is messed up. I know people who play this game. I don't. It's kind of a weird... I like word games, but for some reason this one just makes me mad. Like somehow it became this trendy thing. And it just... I don't know. Something about it just makes me mad. Like I've been playing word games for years, okay? And now it's cool to do it once a day. Have you ever binged a crossword book? No? Okay, then you're not a true word gamer. I don't know. That's why it makes me mad, okay? Yeah. I'll never forget when Kathy Hilton sat at that lunch and declared she's part Chinese.
I am part Chinese, 3000 BC.
Is this, Housewives? What is this? You don't look Chinese. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that.
Come again?
What?
Girl.
So...
No. No. No.
Oh, that's a good thing.
I mean... Is there a direct like? Can you trace the lineage? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. me hitting the plus 30-second button on the microwave over and over instead of
No
minutes.
need to update code when you add code text.
That's so stupid, dude.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, all right. You know what? I do that. That's why it's funny to me. But it's only up to like 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easy. Anything after that, if like you're defrosting something, you gotta put it in for however many minutes. Like, you know, then just put in the time. Doesn't make any sense after that. That time when Stevie Wonder tried to hand Mariah Carey the mic and she left him hanging. Oh. Is this proof that he is blind? Let's see this. I've never seen this. Okay, got the mic. All right.
I can't even
Okay, now I feel kind of bad. I feel kind of bad for feeling the conspiracy that he's not really blind. I still can't get over. I know. We've played the clip probably 10 times on this channel of Stevie catching the mic. I want to know how he caught the mic. How would you catch the mic, Stevie? How would you see it if you're not able to see? That's the point. Anyways, this kind of confirms that he is actually blind. I'm sorry, Stevie. It's a fun meme, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. How I think I look leaving the gym after a brutal workout. Oh yeah, the mountain? That's the mountain, right? How I actually look. Dude, I don't care how you look. Going to or leaving the gym, if you're at the gym, you won. Now, I mean, when you're there, you should actually do stuff. There's a lot of people that are there that aren't doing things. They're just kind of sitting around socializing. Just fine, too. But get your workout in, too, man. I don't care how you look. Some people are never going to look like the mountain. Ever, okay? A lot of that has to do with genetics. The guy's a monster, okay? He is a descendant of real giants. We know this. Me at work every day telling myself, it'll get better soon. I don't know why I'm laughing at that, but I've heard this from family, friends. It ain't getting better. Yeah, your busy season's done. The problems will persist, okay? Then another busy season's going to come. Those problems are going to just continue to snowball. It is what it is. I've seen it. Point of view, I caught this doctor in the hospital lounge crying because it looks like this patient's health is in decline. He must have really cared about this patient. Yeah, you know, he's a good doctor. One of them good doctors. He's got good bedside manner. You know, you hate to see it happen. In all seriousness, though, I don't know if things are going to go down much. There's like $7 trillion right now in money market funds just sitting there. And once rates go down, that money's going to leave. And when it does, it's got to go somewhere. So it's going to go in all the other places. Stocks, gold, silver, crypto. So that's just my prediction. I'm not a financial advisor. Don't listen to me. I'm just a nobody. I was right about Bitcoin, though.
My fiance has a pillow that is so horribly disgusting that I fear even being in the same bed as it. I fear laying beside it because I think I could probably catch something from it.
I gotta see this.
This man has no pimples on his face. Laying on this thing, I have no clue how. I can't wash it. I can't put a pillowcase on it. I can't throw it out. God forbid I throw it out. Oh my gosh,
geez.
I think he's had this thing since the dawn of time.
You're going to bag
Okay.
you want to meet something or something?
You want to see it?
It's
It's disgusting. And he will not let me wash it or do anything with it.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it.
I don't think you're ready, but...
I'm ready.
Wait,
I spent
$7?
$600 on a top-rated purifier last month.
Technically, yes.
By the second week, the musty
So it's
smell,
8 right now?
my headaches,
What time is
stinkiness,
it right
and
now?
mold
7.
taste in my mouth every morning.
Oh,
I was ready to just move out
I thought I might
entirely.
have to update
So when my
my,
friend Roy,
meals
who
like
works in environmental testing, said you got to try this, I almost laughed in his face. He
But
pulled
did
out
we
what
sleep
looked like a
early
tiny
for
plug-in
another
device.
hour?
Nothing special
I
about
did.
it. No massive filter housing, no complicated control
Starting to stay
panel.
awake.
He handed it over and said,
I'll
just
come
plug this in
out
for a week.
and
I plugged it in and
I
right
will
away
stop
noticed the air
this.
felt different, lighter somehow.
Oh!
What is this?
Not hang
This
with
is
him.
absolutely
Is
disgusting.
that supposed to be
and it's
white?
super pillow. He's like, oh my gosh, it's cool on both sides.
No freaking way, dude.
It has Hep C on both sides.
Hep C, I can see the strep throat on there. Holy. Dude, you need a new pillow. I'm sorry. I get it. Everyone has a beloved pillow.
Of course, yeah.
But you gotta. Dude, that is
I'm just doing that
disgusting. Look at
infrastructure
that
right
thing.
now. With the
You're going to get your wife sick, dude. Okay, here's a question. Does anyone have a worse pillow than this? Send it to me on Twitter at ZEducationYT, Zeducation YouTube. Just tag me in it. And I want to see if there's a pillow out there worse than this. I got to see this. Mine's pretty bad, but I washed the case. And there's like 2 cases on it, so I wash it occasionally. And I still get sick, obviously. But, yeah, that's bad. Me seeing that I have $7 in my bank account and my iced coffee is only $6.67. Come on. Get the coffee and start planning better, okay? Create a budget. When I parallel park on the first try.
I'm everything. I am the whole universe.
It is a skill. It's an important skill. I always get on the first try. Always. I just have to say that. I do. I'm proud of that. When are you going to start your diet?
Well, maybe next year.
Beautiful. It's Lady Wales. I love it. Beautiful voice. I don't know who that is. Beautiful voice. But yeah, maybe next year. We're almost there at next year. If you forgot to start it this year, you can start it next year. Portland liberals protest ICE.
1, 2, 3.
You show them. You yell as loud as you can. That's going to do it. It's going to make you look very articulate, very smart, and intelligent. And people will listen to you, and they will stop deporting people for breaking the law. Good job, guys. Your kid's reaction when you say no and actually stick to it. Me.
I told you that.
I thought you were kidding! I thought it was a joke! I even wrote it down in my diary!
Wait,
Veronica had a very funny joke today!
So you gotta let the kids know you're serious. Nope. I'm gonna take the toy if you're gonna keep fighting, and it's gonna go in toy jail. No one's gonna get it. Mom and dad are gonna get it. Keep fighting, take it. Well, I didn't think you were serious. That's what happens. Remember that for next time, kids. Point of view, you accidentally joined the Teams call 1 minute too early.
Hi.
Hi.
And how are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
Yes.
Some weather we're having, huh?
Oh, and it's nice and the birds.
An animal.
Ugh, it's the worst. It's the worst part about corporate is you gotta pretend.
I know.
You gotta pretend like you care.
Tag key.
And everyone knows that nobody cares. That's the weird part. It's like everyone knows, like, yeah, we're making small talk. This is part of our jobs. This is part of our corporate lifestyle, right? Blue collar guys after dropping the heaviest personal troubles you've ever heard.
Oh, because it's a dictionary.
It is what it is, right? Could be worse,
That's
I guess.
why.
What are you gonna
It's
do?
not like an array. So
What's done is done, right?
value. Array would be a tag.
Life
like,
goes on.
0. Like
And
for
there ain't no
array
point
index.
crying about it now, right? Life's a bridge. You gotta get over it. Nothing few brews can't fix.
It is what it is, and it was what it was.
Okay.
Now, this hole ain't gonna dig itself.
All right.
And
Okay,
there's
that's
some
enough
truth
for
to that.
today.
Are you gonna sit and just cry
So-
about it? Yeah, you should probably work through some stuff. You
What
know,
we
have a good
did
friend you can talk to
was-
about stuff, or whatever you do.
Write our.
Sometimes bottling it up will, yeah.
What we did today was write our is validated full function for our requirements to make a resource group. We also made our custom exception class here. Then we created our resource group function, which we're going to go back into. So what we end up doing first is we're going to validate if all the information is available and presented in order to make this. Then we get our subscription response from our ARM client that goes into our Azure portal and quite literally retrieves the subscription, Azure subscription 1. Sets that as a default. It looks and see if the subscription ID the string is equal to the subscription ID found in our JSON, which is here. And then what it does is, if that checks out, if the subscription max, it's then going to see if the location's empty from that same JSON. If it's not empty, we're going to then create our data storage variable for resource group. Create data storage variable with the information for a resource group to be created. So we brought in our location, which comes from our JSON. Our JSON has it at what? East USA. And then we add our tags. We look and see if our tags from our config injection, if it's null, if it's not null. If it's not null, then that means go through the dictionary of config tags, or should you say tags, and take each key and add the value to resource group data. Next, we're going to, I'm going to call it a night, but next thing, what will need to be done is to then create this, actually call the method to create the resource group, and that will then add it onto the resource group collection. Remember, every subscription has a resource group collection. So, and all the resource groups are put onto that collection. So, subscription is needed, a resource group name is needed, location is needed, and that's how we can make a resource group. Okay, now let's call it a day. Oh, we also did inside of our infrastructure deployer. I probably should name this something else, but I also made an interface for the iResource groups. I'll do a void display. This will probably be like display all the collections of the resource group collection. Get resource groups is obviously going to need to be changed. And then create resource group. That's the task I was working on today. Which now that I don't think I should use this because everything will be in the config files. So let's go ahead and not do that. Okay, let's make sure. Oh, for now, let's just comment this out. Yeah, now it went away. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's so much more work doing it. I don't want to say more work. It's more like being more creative with using dependency injection. I do like it. You just have to, you just have to think a little bit different. It's, a little bit differently than your traditional class. Make your class, initiate your class, and make an instance of your class in every single, anywhere that you need it. But I actually like how you could just use a dependency injection and then just put in a constructor with any class that you need to use it and use it anywhere in the app. I like that way better than the traditional way of calling your classes in instance and reuse so that you can make an instance of your class so you can reuse the methods in different classes. I think this is just a way better method of going about that way. Okay, but anyways, you guys have a